So I walked up a second ago and I was like, I don't know how to get it from that. There you go. I'm very confused in my life right now. There's a lot going on. How are you? I'm good. I did today. I did not. Great.
This one really, that's a little small. We might do a better job with the RF. Shouldn't be driven by this.
Oh, yeah, I was just.
You and I, we get back together on this in.
No, I don't. I have to guess.
We just.
That's what Jillian told me.
Type way.
I don't get a heck of a job.
I think there's four.
Started to, I haven't done them all, and Brenda was interested in my house. Getting audio, I don't know if I want to.
Probably never come up again. So, we're gonna do the town space. And we can say.
Boundary 6, one. Something different. Bring that back in.
So. I always said is pay to win, but then you need to know what you're coming up with, right? That in my mind, but I can understand.
Boundary 1. Boundary 1. Boundary 2. Boundary 2. Boundary 3.
Which I won't ask any more about exact numbers, but like from what you've seen.
That's connected to the one that's connected to
Those three are more.
Okay, that makes me feel a lot better. I should have.
No, this is one thing on the road. 3 of the ones in here are working. The 4th one that I tested.
Enter this along.
Hilarious.
Well, I couldn't, you have an Italian without. What I was thinking, I was really good size.
Yeah, Starbucks. Somebody messaged me.
I don't need to check. I just, I was like, somebody died. Somebody better.
Boundary 3. Boundary 3, boundary 3, test 1, 2, boundary 3. Boundary 6, boundary 6.
And I think we know we're going to stuff on
I know.
Been on our side of the dais.
Let me make sure I don't want to say it. Takes away from my. I want to make sure.
Boundary 5, boundary 5. Boundary 4, boundary 4.
Can we call our attendance really quickly, please?
Yes. Mr. Caliper. Here. Ms. Leon.
Here.
Ms. Lindstrom.
Here.
Ms. Peterson.
Here.
Mr. Rockenstein. Here. Ms. Tarpinian.
Here.
Ms. Trapani Huff.
Here.
Ms. Ledger.
She'll be joining us soon.
Mr. Skeena.
Perfect, thank you. Would everyone please join us for the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which stands, nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Agenda item 4.1 or 4.0 is new business. 4.1 is the school building advisory committee phase 2 update. So we're happy to welcome Charlie and Larry to the meeting tonight. We're anxious to hear an update about what you've been up to. I know there's been a lot going on and I know you have a lot to cover, so I won't take too much time, but I'll pass to April.
I just want to thank members of the council for being here. Those that aren't able to be here, rest assured that they will watch and that they will be available, you know, and follow up with the committee if they have questions.
Okay, all right, so we will pass over to the two of you.
All right, great, thank you. Appreciate the opportunity to give you guys an update and on the work that the committee is doing. We'll just jump right in. Next slide, please.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry. So just a agenda, we'll do an overview, kind of show you, we're at 7 options now, kind of what those are. We'll walk through those and then talk about next steps. Slide. So this is a slide you guys saw at the last update. This is our macro view of the project plan. So to date, we've held to our plan that Harriman put together. We haven't missed any deadlines or milestones, so we're right on track of where we want to go. Slide. This is the schedule at a more granular level. You can see kind of the tempo with which we're meeting and working towards narrowing down our options. Next week's forum should provide us with better insight into kind of how the community feels about all of the options that I'm about to step through. And additionally, Harriman is nearing completion of the rough order of magnitude budgeting. So we don't have budget numbers yet. Those are coming probably by the end of the week. We'll present those to the committee afterwards. So we'll have that data point. We'll have feedback from the community forum next week. And then we're working on getting the survey out as well. And then that'll help us to really narrow down these 7 choices down to just a few. But so currently, this is kind of January, February phase. What we're doing now is schedule events. Again, the focus of this phase is really just developing a selection methodology, engaging the community through those surveys and those listening forums. Slide. Looking out towards March, this is the objective in March will really be to get down to 2 options. So we're trying to find the options that we think best solve the school's needs and represents the interests of the community. And so we need to get to March. We kind of need that time to gather all of that information to get us down to that. Next slide. Looking further ahead into the spring, we'll be focused on refining those final 2 options and ultimately selecting one option to move on to the final phase of project design. I do want to note that the current schedule has another workshop on plan for May 1st. We'd like to propose moving that to May 15th. The timing of when we're going to get the survey out and get the survey back. We'll just need that extra 2 weeks to get the survey results, to be able to have that to help us get to a decision point. Because the objective of that workshop is to present to you guys our final option we want to go with. And then in June, once we get to a single supported option, June will focus on finalizing that design concept and engaging the community to keep them abreast of what we're doing and continuously get their feedback. Next, I'll move on to a quick review of those 7 options. And before I move into these, I do want to highlight that you'll see the benchmarking matrix associated with each option. Note that's a snapshot in time. So we're still in the data collection phase. We have, you'll see some TBDs, you'll see some red X's, some green check marks. Don't get too worked up on those. That's where we're at today. They're all incomplete still. We're still gathering data. We won't have those finalized probably until around the 27th is when we can have that. So I also want to explain why you're looking at 7 options instead of 4. So I presented 4 here in this forum last time. When we brought Harriman on, right, the SBAC 1 had done a lot of great work to get to those 4 options. But we recognize we're laypersons, we're not experts, we're not educators, we're not school designers. So once we brought the consultants into phase 2, we left that open that we may not have the right solution in these 4. So use your expertise, take a look at all the data that we collected over phase 1, and help us, you know, if there's a hybrid solution or a completely new thing that we hadn't thought of, we're open to looking at those. And so Harriman did just that. And on January 6th, they brought us 3 additional options. That seems like we're moving backwards to go from 4 to 7, but the committee did vote to at least keep those additional 3 options for review until we get through rough order of magnitude pricing. So once we see some budgetary numbers, we'll know, are these options we want to continue to look at or not? Next slide. So I'll start with the first 4 that came through SBAC 1. Option A is maintaining the primary and middle schools. So this consists of renovating the existing buildings, no new buildings, and no rephasing of classes. In this option, where you're keeping 3 grades at the middle school, it would have a 2-story addition to the middle school. Next slide. This is the.
Oh, gosh, sorry.
That's okay. So here's the matrix as it is currently. Again, still collecting information. That's the TVDs that are in there. Next slide. Option B is the 4th primary school. This will add, again, a 2-story addition. So this adds a 4th primary school and a 2-story addition to the middle school. Next slide. And this shows how this option is currently aligned to the benchmarking elements.
Can I just ask a logistic question real quick? When I see red, does that mean, like, for example, playground field areas aligned to DOE standards? So the red means that even with renovations, Blue Point would not meet those standards? Am I reading that correctly?
Right.
Okay. Thank you.
But we're still, these are living documents. So as we look at, you know, creative ways that we maybe can do things in the field, some of these might change.
Yeah, and you know, in order to kind of have a comparison between the 7 projects, we're using the same matrix in terms of here are the big things that the committee was planning for in terms of needs of the schools. And obviously each potential solution meets some needs more than others, right? There's no one solution that checks all the boxes.
Right.
Okay.
Option C is the new grades 2 through 3 school. So this option converts the primaries to K through 1. Wentworth becomes a 4-6 school, which leaves grades 7 and 8 at the middle school. And that would be a 1-story addition at the middle school. Next slide. And here's how the matrix stacks up today for this option. Option D is the new K through 3 community school. So this would also convert Wentworth to 4-6 and the middle school to 7 and 8, which again would be a 1-story addition to the middle school. And the matrix for that one, benchmarking elements slide. So these next 3 are the new options that we can spend some time asking questions about if you'd like. Option E is a second K through 5 elementary school. And so you'd rephase Wentworth to be a K through 5, build a second K through 5 school, and then add a 1-story addition. And I'm sorry, this one gets a 2-story addition at the middle school. And here's how that looks on our benchmarking elements. Slide. Option F is a new K-2 community school. The difference between this one and option C, which was the fourth primary, is that this one also moves grade 6 to Wentworth, which we would do a small addition to Wentworth, and then a single story addition, so a smaller scope addition to the middle school. So it's another way to look at that fourth primary school. So the matrix as it is today. And option G is a new 1 through 3 school. So in this option, this is really creative. The 3 primary schools would become kindergarten only schools. Part of that is the kindergarten classrooms need 1,000 square foot classrooms. And so you have to do pretty extensive renovations to get them there. So this solves for that. And then you do a 1 through 3 school and rephase Wentworth in the middle school. Just a different way of looking at it. Slide. This is the matrix for option G as it is today. And here's kind of a summary of all of those, so you can look at them together, how they compare. Fine. So what's next? As I mentioned, next week we'll hold our first community forum. We've been communicating this internally as a listening meeting. So we're going to present those 7 options to the community and then just listen to their feedback. We're not defending any one or other option. We just want to get a feel for what the community wants, in their solution. So we're going to ask for feedback, good, bad, or ugly. Again, right, our overarching goal is to select an option that the voters will get behind. And we can't do that without voter feedback. And so we ask everybody, if you can be there on Tuesday, please come, please invite your friends and your neighbors. The more feedback we get, the more informed we'll become as we start to narrow these down to a single option. Survey. Yeah, thanks. I did kind of skip over the survey. So there's one of the other ways we're getting feedback is the survey. So we're going to do two surveys. One is being developed right now and it will go out in the next couple of weeks. And that will inform our first kind of tranche of narrowing down the options. And then we'll do a second survey later on to get from 2 to a single option. So you'll see that coming out end of January, early February. That should hit. So that's all I've got. I'll turn it back over and answer any questions or comments.
Awesome. Thank you for, there's a lot of information here and I know we have a lot of questions, so I appreciate you allowing enough time for our bodies to talk and deliberate. So I think what we'll do is I was thinking we'll go back and forth. So maybe I'll start over here at the council first. Do you have any questions off the bat? Anybody? Yeah,
Just
go
in terms
ahead.
of the presentation, could you then maybe facilitate discussion? Could you leave it up on the summary of all the different options?
This one?
Because I know I have a
Yeah.
hard time keeping track of
Yeah,
what's going on.
I mean, I can't imagine you didn't
Alright,
commit all of those to.
Yeah,
me.
I don't have all the
I
circles
can't-
memorized.
If there were a test, that would do.
Thank you.
Sure. Any questions? Any other?
No questions, but just the comment, like, again, for me, I think you guys are doing an awesome job process wise, and I really hope that the public at the forum will get engaged, and I appreciate, and I hope all of my counselors will do as you suggested and be there and invite people we know to come and show up, because again, I remember last time when we did this, we did these and people didn't come. I think it's a totally different time right now, so I think there's not a big comparison, but it's really important for people to go, so I really hope they'll come. I'm just really interested to see kind of what comes in March as you guys work through this, because again, all of these seem like they have pros and cons. All of them seem like they could meet our needs, and we just got to figure out, how do you guys, and and I'm interested if you do have an idea, like, what are like the top 3 criteria or things that are gonna help to get to that solution? Because
Yeah, it's a great question, Counselor, and so you see the benchmarking matrix that's associated with each one. So that just sort of allowed Harriman to know what are the key design elements to work for, but those are benchmarking elements that the district has said, these are things we care about. From that, the leadership team is going to work over the next few weeks to try to build the tool, right? So how do we make the right, how do we come to a conclusion on what are the right options? There's a lot of emotion tied up in these. It'll be a mix of some subjective things and objective things, right? We talked last time about, prioritizing the priorities, and that's kind of what we got to get to. So how do we go through this in a way that's fair, equitable, unbiased, and allows us to make the right decisions that the town supports as well.
yeah, I just hope we don't go with the lowest cost solution per se, because sometimes the lowest cost might be inferior in terms of other things that we might have to give up. And so, I'm not saying that it needs to be super expensive or the next one up, but I think like when I think of some of these, like I personally suspect some of these the public may like more conceptually, but maybe more expensive than others. And again, there's a cost benefit that happens when we go with different alternatives. And so like to me, it's not just the cheapest one that's the best one, it's what's the best value for our community. And some of the things that I felt like our community values is in conflict with cost, and trying to find that balance is going to be a real challenge. But I totally think the committee has the right approach, and I'm looking forward to see kind of where we land.
Just to kind of spin off that for the committee, I do think Diane's doing a lot of work at looking at the operating costs on
Yeah,
these as
definitely.
well, because sometimes the lowest sticker price has the highest, and sometimes the highest has the lowest, and all of those things, and keeping that at the forefront in order to see the kind of long-term picture as well as the short term as well.
Yeah, I mean, that's a great point, especially when we talk about cost with folks. And again, I know that's kind of what people are waiting for, is like, what is this? Like, at the end of the day, they're gonna say, how is this gonna impact my taxes? And that was something I felt like we struggled with a little bit in the last committee. We tried to create too many messages to try and explain that, thinking people wanted to understand it in different ways. And I feel like keeping that simple, but we do have to be transparent that what is that long-term impact, not just for when we go to bond, but how that could increase your taxes from an operating perspective in perpetuity once we make that choice.
Yep.
And you notice there was no mention today of capital or operating costs, and that's intentional. Because you start to put numbers before you have true data, right? It gets a lot of emotion when maybe those aren't factual. So we're allowing Harriman the time to put those numbers together. So when we actually present them to the committee and start making decisions, they're fact-based and not opinion-based.
I will say, oh, sorry, can I just say one thing, Freeland? I will say, just to piggyback on everything, all the great points that have already been made, the one thing, because I have sat on 3 different versions of these committees now, I will say that one thing that sets this committee apart at this phase, not only is it the responsiveness to the community, but it is that focus on budget first.
Yeah.
And so in the past, the community has told us that they felt like we created the best possible learning environment for our kids, but we pushed the budget to the side and said, well, we'll worry about that later. And the feedback that we got was, we want the budget up front. And so as a committee, we've all been aligned on that from the beginning. And we were very clear with the consultants that that was one of our priorities going into this. And so that's definitely a different approach this time, from my perspective.
People to follow up on that, then, that's helpful to me, because this is sort of in all things being equal, these are roughly the same budget requirements. And so when I look at all of those dots and things, I've been paying attention and I get a little confused.
Yeah.
And I think it would be really helpful to be saying, as you approach this with community input, here's the solution, here's roughly its description, here are its relative pros and cons, not just the matrix, but this is what we think the strengths of this one are, this is what we think the weaknesses were, the trade-offs, and try to do that succinctly for each one of those options. If you go out with this, I think people's heads will spin.
Yeah.
So maybe that was not your intent, but.
Mhm.
well,
That's definitely come up within the committee is, and the communication of that as well, of a very concise, clear, somewhat truncated version of the matrix that gives the pros and cons.
In simple terms, here are 7 hats, you know, they'll all keep your head warm, they all cost about the same, you know. This one's pretty and fancy, this one's utilitarian, you know, this one doesn't look good on you at all, et cetera. I mean, I think that's, you know, in the simplest terms, I think that's really what you're trying to say here, is to say, yeah, within this box, there are lots of different approaches to it. Here's what we came up with, which one feels better to you? Because I think that's really what you're asking at this point.
Yeah.
Is what feels better to you, your neighborhood, your kids, et cetera. And in order to have that gut reaction, they have to have some, they have to be able to extend the hat analogy to go and stand in front of the mirror and put it on.
Yeah, I would, Farrell, I'm gonna come to you right next. I just want to piggyback on exactly what Don said. I'm so sorry.
Next week.
Don, I am really wanting, I'm excited to hear that you're going down the pros and cons list, because I would really like to hear the pros and cons for each solution. I want to know the operating costs, I want to know the upfront costs, but in addition to that, I want to know what it means to families, what it means to staff, what it means to students. So I'm really interested in hearing, in seeing you play out that part of this when
Yeah,
when you start that work.
Yeah, it's well said and received. We'll work on that. We've talked a lot about it in committee. It's really easy to say, do a pros and cons list. And then when you start trying to do that, right, what's a pro to one person is a con to another. And so we've gotten into these debates of like, well, you know, what half the room thinks is a positive about an option, the other half thinks is actually a negative about the option. And so
Yeah.
we've struggled to actually
We
put those
tried
pros
for
and cons
tonight,
together.
we ended up just.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we were-
And I think that's why we have that matrix, right? So that we can say, this solution provides for these things, but it doesn't provide for these other items, right? And I'm not sure, to your point, Counselor Cushing, that they will all be within the same cost range.
Right.
I don't know that we know that yet,
Mhm.
right? But certainly that may be a factor as the committee continues its work and decides what proposals to move forward, because we are very committed to the financial piece.
But it's fair to say that the directive you gave was to shoot for this. And I think it's reasonable to say, this is what we're trying to, we're not gonna know until the final analysis. And I think it's very important to be upfront with people about that. I think that's a very good point, to say, so we're looking in this range, but over 7 options with 7, it's very hard to be precise.
Right.
So it could very well turn out that your favorite costs a little more. That's.
Yeah, right, because the first 4 options are coming straight from SBAC 1. And again, you know, having been on that committee myself, none of us, you know, were experts in terms of knowing whether those ideas fell within that range or not. That's part of the work that we're engaging Harriman with.
Right.
All right, Prima.
Yeah, I'm gonna bring the horse back around to beat it a couple more times. One of the things I'm really interested in when my question is actually, when you cost, you have numbers, like hard numbers, I'm very interested in, by the end of the month. Are those including not just the upfront build cost, but also the operational cost? Because I'm very interested in both of those.
Yeah.
I was on the finance committee and the budget is something that I think about.
Yeah.
We'll have an order of magnitude cost on the project, on the capital cost. The level of effort it takes to do a full operating cost model is pretty heavy. So we're gonna try to do some things, but I don't think we'll actually have operating costs by the end of the month. We'll have capital costs, and that'll help us inform, and we'll build an operating cost model for the fewer options. I don't think it's realistic to have that for all 7 options.
That's my concern with the 7 options over the 4 options.
Yeah.
Is that things that are really important to taxpayers, which is their property taxes every single year, are going to be more heavily impacted by the operation costs than they are by the cost of the actual building. And that's something that, again, I'm very mindful of being on the finance committee.
I'm on the committee, so I apologize. I haven't brought this to everyone's attention prior, but kind of taking this step back has helped me realize that that matrix, a lot, some of these newer, I guess the option, oh, no, can you back?
That one? Oh,
Nope, back there, yep. There are changes being made to Wentworth, specifically E is a pretty drastic change. And we really haven't evaluated how Wentworth would be impacted by these changes on the matrix. So some of those things, you know, if we put those additions onto Wentworth, are we impacting the field? Can you go back to the, sorry, Nick? You know, are we starting to lose some with the Wentworth we currently have? Are we kind of lessening its ability to fulfill the matrix and things? So I'm on the committee with you, but just something to tag for ourselves in the future to kind of look again and make sure that we're not kind of taking from what we already have.
Yeah, and I intentionally didn't, you know, produce the draft site plans and bubble diagrams for this meeting, because otherwise that would be all we'd look at the whole time and not have this discussion. But I do know that, you know, in that one, right, you lose the fire lane behind, and there's some things that, you know, you have to do to make those things work. And so.
Can I ask a question? So I don't know if there's a bunch of committee members here, but I'm just curious, like, with the timeline that you guys have set out, how confident do you feel that that timeline allows you to do the quality work that's needed to get this right? Because I get concerned sometimes that sometimes the timeline is driving the work. And then I'll speak for the last committee myself, my own personal perspective, not SBDC one, but one I got on was we did end up getting kind of really focused on needing to get it on the ballot by a certain date. And I think we did a great job, but we definitely needed more time probably to bring the public along. And again, the more complicated it is, like even some of these, if they do become the winners, are just hard for people to understand. And I remember there were so many times we were out in the public talking to people and things that we thought were so obvious. It was like, no, they don't even understand that Wentworth is moving and this is happening. And so again, I just, the time to bring the public along, I think, is the most important part of this. And do you feel confident that the timeline we have is going to set us up to bring the public along successfully so that it can pass the ballot?
I think a great question, and it's obvious to me looking at the timeline that there's challenges there. I think what the challenge is more immediate in that we need to willow down these choices, then Harriman and programming and the BOE and everything. Then we dive deeper into those fewer choices, and that's where I think we get the quality of the data by not doing it for 7. You know, it's just but because now that's grown to 7, the things we need to expedite are making the hard choices about what are the final couple of options. And I think that's where we need to be very diligent about making those decisions.
Well, I just want to clear that for me personally, if you guys feel like you need more time, ask for it, but also I'm also comfortable, and I don't know if Tom's gonna like this or anybody would say it.
I can already feel Jan not liking. what
I know,
you're
well, I'm
saying.
just saying, I would, this election, this November one is a pretty small one. There's not a lot happening. And so I would have no problem doing another election a couple months later. Like, I don't think we have to wait till June. I would rather say if we need to have a special election on this, because it's so important to our community, this to me justifies it. So I just want people to feel good about the quality of the work and that you feel like you're ready. And if you're not, just let us know and we can figure out a way to still go as fast as we can if we have to do that.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I think looking at the project plan that we have in front of us and where we're at with it and where we're going, I feel confident we're gonna be okay. If that changes and we need to come in here and ask for an extension, we will, but I feel pretty good about where we're at.
The other thing that I would add to what I heard you say, John, is that I think there are some significant shifts in this particular project than in the last rendition, right? And, you know, I've been along for both of those rides as well. But I think that we are really paying a lot of attention to communications, to really making sure that we're blanketing the community in multiple ways. I think the addition of the 2 surveys to engage the public are also things that we didn't previously had. So it's not, you know, I don't want to characterize it as a wash, rinse, repeat, because this is a very different process.
That's a good point.
And to your earlier point, I think the community's in a different place. And just even if there's anything good that we can take away from the failed referendum, it's that now the community understands that there's going to be a potential school question. Whereas
We didn't
people
have that.
we didn't have that last time,
Yeah.
right? We were trying to we were at a level where we were even trying to tell the community, there's a school on the ballot, like, so, and I think luckily we've advanced the community's knowledge and awareness beyond that point now.
Yeah, that's a good point.
All right, put back over to the school board side. Any questions right here? Okay, so I have a couple. So I just want to be sure, we're not going to have costs by the forum. Cause I heard you say, right, we're not.
No, by Tuesday? No.
Yeah, okay. So when you're looking at these 7 and you're as a committee drilling down, if you don't have the operating costs, because that you're waiting on that, how are you going to rank these and start letting go of them? What are you going to be considering?
So again, we have, as a leadership team, we have work to do to build a tool that helps us make, as unbiased decisions as we can and be as objective as we can. We all have kind of our favorites and things like that, but we want to be able to develop the tools that help the committee get down to that. So that's not finalized yet, so I can't answer completely. I will say, the benchmarking elements that you see on these slides is kind of our starting point. Does it meet the objectives, right? Which ones best solve for, right? The problems that have been so well defined by Diane and her team. And then we look at cost, right? I wrote myself a note and I'll talk with Lisa and see is there a way we can do maybe a high level op cost model for the first tranche and then get something more detailed for tranche 2, something like that, right? So
Yeah.
I
I think even if we
feedback
were
is-
able to provide a staffing cost
Right.
as a
Yes.
comparison, not going into all of the other operating costs like, utilities.
Right.
We could probably get that, at a sooner timeline.
Yeah, and that would be great because the staff is going to be your biggest cost with any of these, right? Your ongoing operating cost. And so at least if you have an idea of what that is, I would think that would be helpful as you're trying to narrow it down.
Even just a high level.
Yeah.
I would be interested to know how many disruptions we're going to be
Mhm.
causing in doing all
Transitions.
this, because there would be a lot of transitions for our kids also to get used to all this. So I would, personally, as a parent, I would like the least amount of transitions possible.
Transitions in the final options or transitions through the construction?
Through the
Through the
construction.
construction, right. Yeah. Yeah, and it's impossible for me to read on these slides, but I do know there is an element in there of project timeline and things like that and how that will play out, right? So yes, 100% agree. That's an element that we'll look at and consider.
That actually brought up for me also, as part of your larger analysis, sort of the need to redistrict. Because I think people have a right to know that, when they're evaluating these options, because when you start, whatever you do, if you're gonna need to redistrict, that's a conversation. Redistricting is extremely traumatic, I would even say, for the community to go through.
Yeah.
If all your younger siblings have gone to one school and have this teacher and suddenly you're going to somewhere else. As a parent, again, I have kids at the age of these schools that we're talking about. My kids were separated as I've testified, not happily. They were very angry about that. And if they were told that arbitrarily they would be moved from one school to another, which was something that we considered. That was considered very detrimental. They would have been very by
Yeah, just to be clear, right? I mean, as you look at these options on the board, they all require some element of redistricting with the exception of A. B doesn't necessarily redistrict. It has a consolidation in the middle there, a grade earlier than we currently do with Wentworth. But if we add a fourth school, we do any of these other options, there will be a redistricting element.
I just think that should be part of it.
Yep.
I know you're thinking about a million things, but I think that's one that also needs to be, because that's something that causes a lot of emotional reaction.
And I do think it is important to be looking at the equality across the town. Just because the child lives in one area of town, they should be receiving the same education as the child in another part of town. And some of these options shake up a lot with renovations and builds and all of these things. So my hope would be that no matter where you fell between a new school or a renovation, that you are provided the same environment and everything across.
Services, all.
Yep.
And building on those last 2 or 3 comments, I was gonna bring up the topic of construction impacts and disruptions. And I think that what that has in common with some of these other comments is that as much as the focus rightfully has been on budget impacts and how critical that's going to be to the vote, assuming that happens in November. And I'm sure you've talked about this in the committee, but really seems to me, looking back on some of the things that the town has grappled with related to the schools over the last several years, even going back to, early start and flip-flopping the older kids with the younger kids. I think there was not to bring up a sore topic, but I think sometimes it's just sort of a pattern sometimes where a group works really hard on something, thinks they've gotten good input, and then it actually gets out to the community and the public. And there are things that turned out to have been blind spots. So to me, those include things like construction related impacts. How long would some of these scenarios take from start to finish? The busing impacts, districting, and equity of education. So I'll be interested to hear, and I agree with Councilor Anderson. I hope that there is good participation at the forum and beyond, and I'd be interested to hear how much of those sorts of things we hear. Obviously, it's most likely to come from parents who have kids in the schools currently. They may be disproportionately focused on those things as opposed to some of the other factors.
Yeah, and anecdotally only, right? So this isn't from a survey or anything, just my conversations with people. I'll have a conversation with somebody in the town that will say, I don't care how much it costs, don't care about cost, I want community schools, end of story. You talk to somebody else and they'll say, I don't want to pay taxes, don't raise my taxes, whatever you do. So, I'll take a moment to just kind of toot the horn of the committee to try to balance all of that feedback from the community as it comes in. And then we all have our own personal biases as well, right? And so the committee's done a really good job of trying to kind of stay above the fray, take those inbound, take that input, process it, and be as fair as we can and try to come up with a solution that the most people in town can get behind, without alienating any particular group within town. It's frankly, right, it's a hard problem.
Yeah.
That's why we're at our committee here.
Well, and just to add another problem for thoughts, because again, like I think last time we, and it came through the survey, the location was a reason for a lot of people of why they voted no. Not all of these may require new locations. At the next meeting, when we have the narrowed list, but we also have a sense of potential locations of where those could be. Because to me, I think some people might look at this and be like, well, I can tell you which one I like, but I want to know where it's going to go. And that might actually change my mind if it's not.
So I will say likely no. And Tom, you can jump in and correct me, please, but there's an element of confidentiality with site selection that we don't want to put the town in a bad place to negotiate from. And so if we start to publicize the sites that we're looking at, right, then those landowners become aware that that's the option and that's the only place that a school can go and things like that. And so we're being careful with that. At some point, we will have to publish that, and I'll work with the town and when's the right time to do that.
Kind of like with the operating costs, like maybe not like a precise plot of land, but a general area or neighborhood that we could say, like, again, I just want people to know, we're not gonna put something in West Scarborough, or maybe we are. And like, that might change how people feel about, again, if we went with the new K-2 one, just the primary school, option B, and said that's gonna go in West Scarborough, because that's what the decision is. People might react to that differently than, well, we're gonna try and put it near the campus and like be close, because I know the big piece that I think of, like the parents and even some of the non-parents and just what we hear on the town side is traffic. So if this is in a place where people perceive significant traffic, or where there's significant traffic additional costs that are required to remediate the new traffic, like we need to have an answer to that. Like that'll be something that a lot of people will want to kind of understand and know before they vote.
Certainly before we vote.
Yeah.
I mean, that's not a question,
Yeah.
right? Obviously,
Yeah.
I think, the initial answer was in response to by the next
Yeah,
time we meet.
which I get.
So certainly by the time we vote, just to be clear. And then as a member of the site selection subcommittee, there's a couple other committee members here. So please, feel free to jump in. But we are working in tandem with the larger group. We're meeting every week right now, to evaluate different sites. And right now, because we don't know what we're building, it's really hard to eliminate anything off the list. And so really our primary focus has been to look at what all of our potential options are above a certain size acreage that is stipulated by the DOE. And then as we start to get towards what we're building, we will have those options ready to, launch with the committee and say, okay, if this is what we're building, this is what the site selection committee has been working on for a building of that size, that would have these certain phase levels added, et cetera, et cetera. And so just so the community is aware, we are doing that kind of in tandem with the work of the committee, so that when we get closer to knowing which options we're gonna go, to the next step, that we have that framework laid already, because John knows better than anybody else in this room what site selection was like last time. He was the chair of the council at the negotiating table with the Downs. And so now that I find myself in that chair seat, I'm trying to avoid a similar fate of negotiating
We'll be here to
from
help
right
you.
down to the wire. It was scary.
Yeah.
It was.
I actually wanna, can I jump in?
Yeah, can Tom say something really quick? Because he was.
Just on site, just to give you a flavor, we have about half of the full committee is also on the site selection committee. A lot of folks are very interested in this, and learning from last time, those experiences, we really need to get started early. So we have a total of 22 sites identified on cast a wider net this time. In some respects, smaller acreage to suit some of these options. And we're kind of further afield, so we're looking further than just the immediate area here. We fully expect that a lot of those will fall off for a number of good reasons. In fact, tomorrow we've asked our consultants to come prepared with educating us on kind of the publicly available information, wetlands, vernal pools, location of utilities. So I expect as soon as tomorrow in our meeting, we'll start to eliminate some of those properties right away. But I just want to impress upon you that we've started in earnest. We're casting a wide net and being very thorough.
Yeah, I totally understand negotiating and the requirement for confidentiality as part of that process. I just really want to echo what Councilor Anderson said. And I want to move it even further, which is what you talked about with the consensus in the community, which is sort of what you're doing on your committee, which is sort of what there's a lot of variety of opinions on your committee, which I think is a strength of your committee. As part of that process that you talked about within the committee of building consensus, I think you need to think about how to distill the information points that you'd use in order to spread that with the wider community. Because you not only have to build consensus internally, you have to create consensus across a wide community of folks who are mostly disinterested in what's going on until they have to be. So most people are not all that dialed into what's going on. Try to engage them. But then at the end, they sort of come around and they have to make a decision real fast. And there needs to be a way that they understand the process that you use to build consensus, so that when they're competing demands of, I want my small schools. I mean, that's, in a sense, that's true. Many people like small schools. Many people also want equity in education. Also, people want a certain location and not that location. And people want a certain price tag and not that price tag. And people want all about operating costs as low as possible, as well as the lowest price tag. Like there's a lot of competing desires, and that's in one person's head. That's community wide, but you're talking about building consensus among yourselves. I really urge you to take the process you're using and figure out how to communicate that out, so that on the day before the election, whether it's November or another date, we have that answer for constituents who are asking us, you know, why would you take, I mean, why did you take away our community schools? Why would you put it there? Why would you ask for that much money? Why do we care about this? Why is the cafeteria back? Like, there was all sorts of, you know, my kids did it for, my kids are fine. All 4 of them went through 8 quarters and it was perfect. We need to be able to say, well, they thought about that. And here's what they said, because I confess that the information last time, although I followed it at a high level, I was overloaded trying to follow it. And when I looked at that matrix, it looked like a nutrition label on the back of the package of cookies, and my kids wanted to eat. And I'm just like, oh, not again. And I understand the purpose of the matrix and the need to be able to see all that information, but we need to make information for people who want to find it accessible, but for people who don't want to spend time. And a lot of people don't have the capacity. It's not intelligence, it's time, because they're busy with family and work and a million other demands, that they need to be able to look at it and say, I understand why they came to this decision and I can get behind it, because that's the only way we're going to get this.
I agree with that 100%. And it's going to be one of the things we're really focused on. And kind of going back to phase 1, the data we had that was really valuable was that survey that got done right after the failed referendum. And we've really let that drive us, because we need to put together something that will pass.
Yeah.
And so we come back to it often to say, and people on the committee will quote, 57% of the people said this is whatever the issue is. So that's kind of what we have already. But I think to your point, then as we're making those decisions, making it very concise and clear is going to be what brings people along.
Stay for the cell phone video thing. People want sound bites. They don't read very much.
Yeah.
Well, and
No, it's great. It's great feedback,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
our communication subcommittee has been doing a really good job. We'll give them that feedback to help us work to distill this down.
And I thought the first committee did a good job. I don't want them to
Yeah.
feel like their work is not honored. I tried to follow along. I read everything that was sent to me. I did not read everything on the website. I read as much as I could, because it was only made the committees. But I did my homework. It was dense, and I'm a good reader.
Don't think that, I already broke April's heart.
Yeah.
I told her the
Oh, yeah.
same thing. I tried to consume this a month before the vote, and I felt uninformed, so I just voted no. Right?
Yeah.
I think I just want to go on Rayla's comment, something special happened in the initial SBAC committee, right? Where you guys were able to have so many people with different perspectives come together. However, I will say, you guys didn't get to one. And so I still feel like I'm eager to see what happens.
Yeah.
And I really encourage all committee members, hopefully, to have an open mind, to stay on board, to make some concessions where they feel, because like to Freyla's point, all of those things you mentioned are important. Like none of them are not important, but we have to try and find as much consensus as we can, know what our trade-offs are, and comfortable with it. And I'm not going to be Pollyannish to think we're going to 100% support for this. Like I think that's just not realistic, and I think people don't have to support it. But to your point of showing that debate being contradictory with each other, I think is really important for the public to know happened. And even as we go out to communicate, not trying to sell this as this is the best solution, but to say, hey, we've had to make some tough choices, and this solution is the one we chose. And what we decided to give up because we had to give something up was this thing. And we hated doing that. We didn't want to do that, but we had to make a choice and that's what we chose. Like, I just think that level of honesty and authenticity and transparency will really help hopefully bring people along and see that we're making some concessions because I don't think we're gonna get everything we want.
Can I say one more thing and then I'll be done for today, I promise. It's not gonna be enough to hope that people come along with us on this ride.
Yeah.
Right? Like every single person in this room knows it's not enough to just hope people come to the forums, that we hope people will fill out the survey. Like, one of the biggest things that we need to be doing is actively reaching out. We need to leave this room and every single one of us needs to text 10 people and say, there's this forum next Tuesday at 6 o'clock. Do you want me to pick you up? Can I bring you a coffee? Like, it needs to be that active level of engagement. They saw it in Cape. Lisa has told us anecdotally that it was the people on the committee, the elected officials, the people the elected officials know, the school staff coming and actively grabbing people and saying, you don't get to just wait until October 22nd to call me and be like, how should I vote? Like, we can't do that.
Can't do that.
We can't- This is too important. It's too important.
We need
And
to
so,
again.
yes,
Yeah.
so this is my
Yeah.
call to everybody, like it's just not gonna be enough and we all work so hard. And so the last thing I want is for us to work this hard again and have the community tell us in October that they just didn't get it. Like that will truly break my heart. And so that's my rah-rah go team moment is we all have to be active participants in getting people to come along with us.
Agreed. And I would say, just as a final, for myself, and I'll be done, I mean, we're coming on 7 o'clock, but I will be done. I will admit, I heard that there was 3 new solutions and my heart sank a little bit. I didn't expect, I was one like John, where I was like, okay, phase 1, you didn't come to a solution. And so, when I heard there's 3 new, I kind of was like, oh, but what I appreciate in seeing this is that, I think committee members are probably tied to the solution they like, right? But what I appreciate about this is that there's a step back and saying, hey, we might not have all the answers. If you find something that you think is innovative and you think would work, tell us. And so when I'm looking at these, when my initial hesitation was, I don't want 3 new solutions, I want you to get to 1. I appreciate that there's a lot of out of the box thinking here. And I appreciate that there are solutions that I wouldn't have thought of this, a K-5, when that's what I attended in the school. I don't know. I do not know. That never would have crossed my mind, but that's what I attended. And so the fact that you as a committee and with Harriman's help are looking at these and saying, okay, let's look a little bit differently and deeper. I really, really appreciate that. And so I think as you kind of prioritize your priorities and you come up with the things, these are what we're getting. I don't want to put my thumb on the needle here and tell you what to do. And that's why I'm trying to be intentionally vague about the pros and cons. But when you come up with your priority list and you're able to say, solution A gives us A, B, and C, we aren't going to get D, E, and F. Solution B is going to give us 1 through 5, but not 6. That is going to be super, super helpful for the community to try to digest this and understand it a little bit more. And so I do think there's a lot of value in the fact that you've got a committee full of people with varying ideas, varying opinions, differing emotions about all of this, and you all are all working together. So to John's point, I do hope everybody takes that step back and takes a look at the work you're doing and realizes you're really putting in a lot of effort to help get to a solution we need.
Thanks. It took a moment of humility, I think, in SBAC 1, where we're gonna get to one choice, and then, we kind of had to go, look, none of us are experts. We chose $600 a square foot for construction costs. We have no idea if that's accurate or not. It's not fair to let that be how we narrow this down to one choice. And so then we kind of have just been trying to carry that humility forward and allow the experts now to inform us and make real data-driven decisions.
Right.
Do the hand thing.
We have to wait till the tables get out of the way. We will totally do a hand in the middle. Thank you both so much for coming. We really. appreciate about that. I really appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you.
Great job.
So you need to Navigate that to me. Oh, all right. That was really something. Good evening. Welcome to the school board, Scarborough Board of Education business meeting. The date is Thursday, January 16th, 2025. Ray, can we call the attendance, please?
Mr. Kelleher,
Present.
Ms. Leong,
Here.
Ms. Lindstrom,
Here.
Ms. Peterson,
Here.
Mr. Rockenstar,
Here.
Ms. Tarpinian,
Here.
Ms. Trapani Huff,
Here.
Ms. Ledger,
Here.
Ms. Ruskina.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Would everyone please join me for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Perfect. All right, agenda item 4.0 is approval of the December 19th, 2024 workshop and business meeting minutes. Without objection, we can approve those. All right. Agenda item 5.0 is the consent agenda. This is a non-action item. The December resignations, retirements, and new hires is part of our meeting materials. Is there anything you wanted to?
Nope, nothing to add.
Perfect. Agenda item 6.0 are adjustments to the agenda. Are there any adjustments?
Yes, there's one adjustment to the agenda tonight. Item 7.0 Spotlight Award Recognition. That is going to be moved to the next meeting, please.
Thank you. So our new agenda item 7.0 is the superintendent's report. Correct.
All right, so superintendent's report for this evening. I know that we have a couple of bigger items on the agenda this evening, so I really wanted to just keep this short. And I am providing you with the enrollment report as of December 31st. As you can see, our enrollment is holding very consistent with previous months. The other thing that I would just add as part of my report that I do not have a slide for is just a reminder to the community that there is a lot of work going on with our building committee. We have a community forum coming up on Tuesday. There are 7 options that the committee is looking at right now, and we really value feedback from the community to help us to know what are the things that people value. We are very committed to setting really strong financial boundaries for this project. So the building committee has set some really hard parameters between 70 million and 130 million. And so, you know, we are not at the place right now where any of these 7 options have financials. But we are going out for this form really to kind of get some conceptual feedback about what type of phase level structures and schools that the community might be interested in. We will also be, in addition to having the forum on Tuesday, surveying the community at the end of January. Everyone will get a postcard in the mail at their home. Whether you're affiliated with a school system or not, that'll go to every Scarborough citizen. And with a QR code or a link. And if people would prefer to have a paper copy, we'll have paper copies available here. At Town Hall, we'll also have paper copies at the library. And again, that's another method for us to get feedback from the community about those 7 options. And then as we drill down to fewer options later this spring, we will then conduct a second survey in a similar way to say, here are the options that were the 2 options. Again, I'm assuming 2 options, but that'll be up to the committee. But, you know, here are the more limited options that we're looking at. And, you know, here's what this one provides. Here's what this one provides. These are all more details because the committee is very much interested in making sure that we're continuing to take the temperature with the community and moving along with a project that there will be strong support for.
Thank you, Diane. Are there any questions for Diane? All right, agenda item 8.0 is the chair's report. I just also have a very brief one. I know we have a pretty jam-packed agenda tonight. The first thing I wanted to talk about is the annual comprehensive audit was done between the town and the board. I think Jenna is going to speak about this a little bit more, so I won't steal too much of her thunder, but I will say that the audit went very well. The report out was very good. The audit was actually done before Thanksgiving, and so that was a really big thing for the town. They actually reviewed the last, I think it was 12 years of audits, and I think there's less than a handful of times they've been done on time, and then this one was actually done even earlier. So the findings were all really, really good. The fund balance for the town is well above the minimum right now. It's at 14.5, and their aspirational goal is 16.6%. So they aren't too far off. And 6 points, just so you know, 16.6% represents 2 months of expenses for the town. So that's what their aspirational goal is to get to. And so they're well above the minimum and well on their way. So they, lots of good news that came out of the audit. I do know I'll put a plug for, I don't see Kate, but, did she leave?
Yeah.
She makes, she has these beautiful books if anybody's interested in, really reading very interesting facts and figures about the audit report. So that is that. The other thing I wanted to say is last week we held, a special meeting, and this was, I'll talk a little bit more about this when we get to the, electronic devices policy, but this was a new thing for all of us. We've never invited the public in on our process in the way that we did last week. And I did ask around at the end. I did hear from some parents that night. I received some emails afterward. And I did hear back from all of the board members that I think all in all, everybody really considered it a successful evening. I really appreciated that we had students and parents and teachers, and that everybody seemed, from what I could tell, to be listening to each other and to be really respectful of each other. I was bouncing back and forth between the two big conversations. And at one point I went over and I heard a student ask a parent, I want you to explain to me why you think we shouldn't have cell phones. I really want to understand where you're coming from. And so that sort of respectful dialogue was really, really important to me, and I think really important to everybody up here. So for those of you that are here that attended or that are listening and attended, thank you so much. You did give everyone up here some really valuable feedback to consider, and it's really important to us as we're making these decisions. So thank you for making our very first special meeting special. So thank you for that. All right, agenda item 9.0 are committee reports. So we will start with the building committee. So Jillian and Alyssa.
All right, well, we just heard a whole bunch about the committees. So right now, actually, there are 7 options. I don't know why that still says 4, but we heard about the 7 options tonight. We are going out with a survey in the near future, but most importantly is the community forum coming up on the 21st, that's next Tuesday at 6 p.m. in the middle school cafeteria. And so you'll see some signs have gone up around town tonight. And I think Diane covered the rest of it. So any questions? Well, please come, please bring a friend please tell all your friends you heard that earlier, but it's really important that we get this community feedback, or else we are making decisions in the absence of them, so.
And this is kind of the time to hear your voice and hear what you guys want as a community for our children, for our future. Kind of these are the long-term decisions that will be made for, our structures of our school system for a long time. And we're really asking for it now because when it comes to referendum, we've already made a lot of choices. So we're asking to please show up, give us feedback, talk with us, stay involved, stay informed, bring friends, lots and lots of them. So that we can use all that information, use that data. We saw all that engagement with the cell phones as it continues. And, we hope to carry all that excitement and engagement along into the building committee.
excuse me. Are there any questions? All right. Jillian, we stick with you.
All right, so the Communications Committee met last on the 10th at 8 o'clock in the morning. The next one is on February 6th, at 8 a.m. We are really working towards finalizing some things for the Senior Citizen Appreciation Dinner. This will be our second one. It is planned right now for April 8th at 4 p.m. at the Wentworth Cafeteria. All hands on deck with this one. We have had a lot of people jumping in already and helping to make this happen. Right now, we're working on recruiting groups to participate. We will be sending out some information to staff. We're working on advertising and other planning activities. We were able to get it in the spring flyer for community services, so that's really great. So that will go out to the whole community. This year, it'll be locked to only Scarborough residents, which is a little bit of a change. We had it open last time, but we wanted to focus on Scarborough residents. We are working on Spotlight Award presentations. We have 2 coming up, and we're requesting additional submissions. And we're still continuing to work on routine updates for the district and town newsletters, establishing a pattern. But we are starting to look at budget communication, which will be coming up soon.
Thank you, Jillian. Any questions for Jillian? All right, Jenna.
So as you had mentioned, Shannon, Kate reviewed the FY '24 audit process, and it was great because the audit was complete in record time, and normally we're still waiting on it at this point. And we were excited to finally get the information. So that giant book that Shannon was holding up before, it's actually linked in here. That's the Town Annual Comprehensive Financial Report. So if you wanted to click into that, you can. But I know Kate also has paper copies probably, and she'll happily share because she also likes flipping through pages. And then linked in there are also the other documents that we reviewed, and we spent the most time on the financial report and the school department financial statement. There are a lot of acronyms and I can't remember any of them for the life of me. So if you actually go back to our last meeting to watch it, you'll get a more in-depth explanation of all these things that I can't do justice for. Kate does a beautiful job and I can listen to her speak all day about finances. And then coming up, I want everyone to gear up because it's budget season again. So the 2 big dates that you want to mark in your calendars now are March 18th and March 19th. They are the Leadership Council and School Board Budget Workshop Days. The first one's going to be held at 4:30 to 7 at Wentworth. And the second one's going to be 8:30 in the morning to 11 a.m. at Town Council Chambers here. And I personally love these because you get to speak with the building leaders. We go line by line and discuss why things are in the budget. It's very informative to everybody to understand how we got these numbers, and that's why we're proposing these numbers to the town when it's time to vote. So definitely save those dates. And then if you want to know more information on the budget process, there's a link below. But if you go to the main webpage, the school webpage, click on board and then go to budget, and all of your information is there. And you can also go back to previous meetings from previous years about this whole process. And our next meeting is January 27th at 6 p.m.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Jenna. Are there any questions for Jenna? All right. Alyssa, long-term planning.
All right, so we're going to be having our second long-term planning committee meeting on January 30th. Zoom in person. We're going to be talking about the budgetary needs for next year. A little bit of a challenging conversation due to the fact that we don't know what's going on with our school buildings. But we'll be doing a review then.
All right, perfect. Thank you. Bless you. Any questions for Alyssa? No? All right, Freyla.
Negotiations. I'd love to say they are off to a hot start. They're not. But We have meetings scheduled, which is great news, and I look very forward to getting those started next week.
And our goal, I'm just want to add that last line. Our goal is to get this contract completed by the end of this school year.
That is always our
Mhm.
hope, and that is
Mhm.
something that is extremely important to this group.
Yeah. Any questions? All right, carry on.
Policy Committee, where I spend all my time. This committee is moving along. We are obviously reviewing the student use of cellular technology and other devices policies, as I don't think is a surprise to anybody sitting in front of me. We've been reviewing it since June, obviously not exclusively, but that's been our main focus for the last few meetings. And I am very excited to bring that to first reading tonight, later on. Once we get to a place where we can look at and focus on other items, we're looking at use of school facilities coming up next, and student transportation. And then once, maybe at some point, we'll get back to reviewing our old policies. The goal that when I started on this committee a couple of years ago at this point was to review all policies that haven't been reviewed since before 2020. We are in B of the alphabet. So
Moving right along.
moving right
Yes,
along.
Yes.
But I am optimistic that once we get back on track, we're gonna roll into C soon. So that's my goal. The next meeting date is February 4th from 4 to 5:30. That is a change to our usual schedule. So just note that it's not our normal Thursday, first Thursday of the month, 6 to 7 or 5 to 6:30 meeting. It's a different day of the week, and we should go back to our normal schedule after that. Hybrid or what?
It's a Tuesday.
Thank you, that's helpful. It's a Tuesday. I can remember if it was Tuesday or Wednesday. It's a Tuesday. And then I just wanted to say, Shannon talked about it, but we had what we considered a successful roundtable discussion, special board meeting. I'm not really sure. I think we still don't know what to call it. On January 9th, and I really thank everyone who came out to participate. That was really helpful.
Freyla, isn't the February 4th meeting here in town council chambers?
It might be, maybe
Yeah.
in the school conference.
Yeah,
room.
I'm looking at Cheryl. Yeah, so we can update the slide before
All
we
these, yeah. Thank you.
publish it. Yeah.
And the agenda will be right. We usually meet in the conference room. We have been meeting in to allow space for everybody who wants to come.
Yeah.
Recently.
Perfect. Thank you. Any questions? All right. Are there any liaison reports before I get to you, Freyla? Are there any other liaison reports? All right, so 11.0 is our liaison reports, 10.0 is our liaison reports, 10.1 is the summary results from the 2024 delegate assembly.
You've been waiting for this. I would like you to picture me in my attic office on a beautiful, beautiful sunny October Saturday on Zoom with 80 other school board members, all of whom feel like they know Robert's rules really well, but do not agree on what Robert's rule says. So we went through the packet, which is available on the materials to know what the Maine School Boards Association, which is an association we're a member of, what their proposed resolutions, deletions, revisions, and additions, which get voted on by a member of the school board who are members. And so I was honored to be the one chosen to go to that. And so that Scarborough could participate and have a voice in what the Maine School Board Association will be advocating for the legislative this season, which is actually important because when decisions get made in Augusta about what happens here in Scarborough, we have to follow those rules whether we like them or not. So having a voice at that table is really important. Even more important than beautiful fall Saturday mornings. I am not going to go through all of them because there's a lot of them. I'm going to hit the ones that were hot topics to debate. And I have notes if anyone wants them. Everything passed, just so you know, everything that they proposed passed, usually by a large majority. Nothing passed unanimously. And so let me just hit the highlights, which the first one was gun-free schools. We talked about that here. They changed the language with the MSBA supporting evidence-based public health interventions to reduce gun violence in schools. Gun-free schools is the law. Like there's a law in actually Maine that says you can't have guns at school. And so it was a very spicy debate, which kind of surprised me, but shouldn't have. I should never be surprised. We ultimately passed the revision. There were lots of questions about what the language meant, and then we went into yellow flag, red flag bills for no reason because they have nothing to do with us. But we spent a lot of time there. Then we came back to our job, and the next place where we had a long conversation was of legislative mandates. I'm talking about how we wordsmithed this to death, and there were lots of amendments passed. But ultimately, what passed really pushed that legislative mandates from Augusta need to include the input of residents from geographically diverse areas of Maine. And that anything mandatory that's passed in Augusta needs to be funded by Augusta, so that if they're going to put requirements on our school district, they need to adequately fund those changes, which doesn't happen, but we can ask for it. There was a really long conversation and a lot of argument over what Robert's Rules is and how to make a motion to amend it. And now, and my notes myself that now we're running behind because now we're debating whether only people who are citizens should be included. So we were like hours behind at that point. So we went back to the regular program. The next place we had a big discussion was equitable education opportunities. I actually voted against this, even though it passed. And they took out a statement saying, the last statement of that said, by involving parents and other citizens in the process when appropriate, local school boards can test results in positive and can use test results in positive and constructive ways. There was a big argument that we didn't need to put parents here because they're elsewhere, but I don't agree that we should ever take parents out of the equation. I think I said that at this meeting before we went down about that revision, and I didn't change my vote there. I think that if the school boards are going to be passing something, parents have a right and should be involved. So that was what I advocated for, and I lost. Essential programs and services was another big place. Lots and lots of debate on that. And really we added in predictable and sustainable funding sources from the state, trying to make the state pay their fair share essentially of all the mandates that they put on the school districts, which relieves local burdens to taxpayers, which is why it was so important to advocate for it. And then there were two new resolutions passed, one on artificial intelligence in schools, super extensive discussion, very wide range of understanding of what AI is. But ultimately it did pass. And it just starts the conversation about using AI to promote literacy, providing learning opportunities, but not a substitute for original thought work, not a substitute for students learning. Yeah, so that passed. And then Orono submitted something indicating that the 55%, which I'm not going to get into today, Kate does a better job of it, but roughly the state provides 55% funding of what they think it costs to educate every student in Maine. We do not get 55% of our budget funded from Augusta. We do not get that very clearly. We do not. But a proportion of that money pot, the 55% that they think is what it costs to educate, does come to us through various ways and is part of our budget offset. Historically, that 55% has not been funded at the full 55%, which is the law. That has recently changed, which has been a very good thing for school districts. It's made the state essentially pay their fair share. The idea was to make sure that 55% keeps pace with inflation so that a portion of it doesn't get eroded. There was a long debate about whether we needed to do that, whether it was internal in the formula or not internal in the formula. There was no Kates there, so nobody understood what they were talking about. But ultimately, I think we all decided that we do want to make sure that whatever they're funding keeps pace with inflation, because if it doesn't, then what it does is it pushes the burden onto the local taxpayers, which is something that as an organization we're against. And as a school board, obviously, we are always looking for ways to fund our district and alleviate the burden on taxpayers in our community. You missed a very exciting meeting, and everybody needs Robert Rules of Orders, the cheat sheet that Shannon made for us. And my only takeaway from that is people need new hobbies that are not related to Robert's Rules after that meeting.
I feel like you're selling this so that nobody else tries to take this volunteer opportunity from you next year.
I will bake you cookies.
Oh, are there any questions for Freyla? All right, thank you for attending and representing us, and thank you for fighting the good fight. And even when you weren't successful, you were still successful because you represented us well. So thank you for that. All right, agenda item 11.0, our student reports. So we'll turn this over to Grace and Abby.
So at the middle school, during the month of January, middle schoolers were introduced to the mood meter, which is a tool used to identify how students are feeling in a given moment and how that affects them emotionally. They practiced identifying their emotional reactions to music, and they created a favorite playlist of songs and then grouped the songs based on how the song made them feel. And then at the high school, the National Honor Society sponsored a Candygram drive right before vacation. Students and teachers were able to purchase small bags of candy and write special messages to other students or teachers, which were then delivered by NHS members. We raised $175, which was donated to the Toys for Tots program.
Last week at Pleasant Hill, volunteers from UNUM, coordinated by Junior Achievement, came to teach second graders about our community. Students learned about government, business, and the roles and responsibilities of citizens. It was a wonderful day of learning, complete with engaging donut shop, pizza making, and voting simulations. And at Blue Point, there was an Hour of Code event. The Hour of Code was held in hopes of creating excitement and a basic understanding of coding within computer science.
Awesome. Thank you both so much. Very good job with the Toys for Tots. That's really awesome. That's exciting. Any questions? For either? All right, we're gonna circle back to you in just a little bit. All right, agenda item 12.0 is general public comment. So I want to set the stage a little for this evening. I know we have a lot of people here interested in talking. The first one, general public comment is for people who are interested in making comment for something that is not on the agenda. So is there anybody here interested in making general public comment? And would you mind checking the online? If you're online and you're interested in making general public comment, you can raise your hand. And by raising your hand, I mean your online Zoom hand. If you want to come up, yeah. Generally, we don't answer questions, but let me hear. Let me see if we can do it.
So for the workshop regarding like the K through 8 schooling, is that considered on this agenda item? And if I wish to speak about that, is that separate time to whatever else is on the agenda?
That would actually be now. So if you want to speak to the workshop, now would be a great time.
And do I still get my time at? Okay.
Yes, yeah, it's per, so, yes, you're per topic.
Okay.
So this is gonna be for anything not on our meeting agenda, so your perfect timing. I am going to start a timer. I'm going to hope it works. So do you see the three little, this is for
Okay.
everyone's education, actually. I'll say it one time. There's a three colored dots in front of you. Green means you're good within your 3 minutes. When you get to the yellow, it means you have, I believe it's 10 or 15 seconds left. Somewhere roughly in that range. And then when you see the red flashing, that means your 3 minutes is up.
Okay.
All right. All right. So if you just want to tell us your name really quickly.
Okay. Hello, my name is Alex Wu. I'm a Scarborough High School senior. I'm going to keep it brief because I know a lot of people are here for the phone policy. I've had like over 400 hours in volunteering with the League of Women Voters, Maine Students Vote, Maine Citizens for Clean Elections. My other job, other than being a student, is volunteering for civic engagement work. And I've heard discussions regarding wanting to engage the community further, seeing as referendum last year was difficult and did not have a lot of community understanding. So what I'd like to offer is, and this is something I can't offer for the next year, but I can offer for these coming months as I will be graduating. If people are interested in having student outreach specifically to the high school and middle schools, as far as civic engagement goes, showing up to community forum events, I'd love to do that through Civil Rights Club, of which I am a co-president. I'd also like to make recommendations, which I can bring up next week at the forum, regarding the accessibility and information with civic engagement. Last year's referendum question for the statewide elections had, or actually 2 years ago now, sorry, for 2023, had like 8 different referendums. And we see that as there's more and more choices of voters to be made, there is less and less engagement for each following one. So I'd like to encourage whatever the team is doing there to reduce that to 3 or 4 options at most. And then infographics really help a lot as well for civic engagement. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Jillian, I think did you get that for, Jillian is our liaison for the communications committee. So for the building committee, so you can
Pass on perfect. All right, is there anyone else wishing to make general public comment? All right, seeing none, I will close. Agenda item 13.0 is new business. 13.1 is the Scarborough Wentworth School presentations. For this, we'll invite Kelly up.
We were so excited to see that we were on the agenda with the cell phones because we knew we would get a great crowd. And we're really happy to be here and have this opportunity. I'm Kelly Crosby. I'm the principal at Wentworth School, and I'm joined by Gabrielle LaPerriere. She is our assistant principal. And we're very grateful for this chance to kind of brag on our school for a little while. And we've also noticed that you haven't had a chance to eat dinner, and the camera's going to be on us. So please enjoy your dinner, sit back, relax, get comfortable. Sorry, everybody who's here. We've got a few things to share about Wentworth. So, Ray, if you could go to the next slide, please.
Alrighty, so I am not going to read our Scarborough Public Schools mission verbatim, but I really want to kind of set the stage and emphasize how at Wentworth, we're super intentional about aligning our actions and our priorities to that mission. And you know, with that being said, we really strive to, well,
We're out of time.
Done. We really strive to model resiliency and meaningfully teach the essential skills that are required to productively contribute to our school community and beyond. And we also really strive to cultivate that curiosity that supports this notion of lifelong learning. And we're going to kind of touch upon those things as we move through this presentation.
You skipped one. There we go. Okay, so we really gave a lot of thought to what we were going to share this evening and what makes a high-performing school. And we feel like we have a lot of opportunities to share about our, test scores and proficiency. I mean, I did include those on there because they are impressive. And, our students are outperforming at the state and district level. And we're really proud of our proficiency in both reading and in math, and our A scores and our top rankings is we're the number 11 elementary school in the state of Maine. That's out of 324. So it's like the top 2%. So we're very proud of all of that, but that's not what we're going to actually focus on today. We're going to focus on some of the more intangible pieces that make Wentworth a really special school. And we're sort of wrapping that into some communications that we got earlier in this school year. And so in 2021, Wentworth and I think the rest of the schools in the state of Maine were placed on this like tiered additional targeted support plan through the ESSA, Every Student Succeeds Act. And we were placed on that tier for support because our students who were struggling with attendance, so students who had like chronic absenteeism, were not making adequate progress. Let that sink in for a moment. But that was why we were placed on this tiered support, because students who were not attending school weren't making progress. But in 2021, we still had massive quarantine requirements, and kids were being placed out of school for COVID and COVID-like symptoms and close contacts and all of those things. In 2024, just this fall, I received this communication that we actually are no longer on that list, that we exited that tiered status. And according to Katie Vitro, our curriculum director, she says that just rarely ever happens. So we feel really proud about that because, as it says in this email, none of our student populations experience challenges across any of the identified state indicators, which is really something to be proud about. So as a result of that, somebody from this Coalition for Attendance, Count Me In, reached out and said through a public data request, like, I'm blown away by this progress and your absenteeism rates. What have you done? I'd really like to talk to you about it. And we had a conversation and talked a lot about, we put a lot of systems in place as a district, communications, monitoring, looking at our data. But really what we talked a lot about was making sure that we made school a place where students just really want to be. And so that's what we're going to focus our presentation on. What we do at Wentworth that makes it a school where kids want to want to be. And we set out purposefully every single day to make sure it's a place that every day matters, and that we recognize that our students, they're 8 and 9 and 10 and 11 years old, they're children, and childhood is fleeting and should be joyful.
And I just want to add, as someone who's new to the Wentworth community, like that's really palpable. Like you can step in and just feel the energy shift. And it's something that is quite unprecedented, and I think speaks to a lot of the work and effort from not only leadership, but also from our staff and community members. So shameless plug. Thank you, everybody, for that. And so with that being said, I kind of want to transition us from the more like traditional conversational topics we have in meetings such as this, such our foundational commitments, and have that segue into the concept of cultivating joy in a learning community. And so, as Kelly alluded to, we do have a history of strong academic outcomes for our Wentworth students, which we believe is like largely attributed to a number of foundational commitments that I've enumerated in the little graphic. So we have our student support systems, SST and students of concern, where we collaborate with like really high impact stakeholders to talk about students and ongoing challenges they might be experiencing and how we can remove barriers or provide really meaningful supports to elevate their experience at school. We have our classroom teachers and other instructional staff who provide really high quality tier 1 instruction, which we're super appreciative of. And of course, that informs our students' educational outcomes. We also have our ruler implementation, which Kelly's going to speak to in greater depth later, as well as a strong focus on social emotional learning and targeting the whole child, providing a real encompassing support. We also focus a lot on building capacity across staff, really providing thorough PD that aligns to not only their needs, but the needs that our students are reflecting. And then that 5th commitment, which is cultivating care and community. And we really believe firmly at Wentworth that it's a symbiotic relationship, advancing the learning and advancing the joy. And we pride ourselves in being really thoughtful about creating opportunities to cultivate that joy, contentment, and community at Wentworth.
So in the next slide, I'm going to talk a little bit more about what Gabrielle began, which is our ruler implementation. And so our mission is welcoming and inclusive schools in a nutshell. And for many years, we've had the Respect Code at Wentworth, and that's our framework, and it's been successful for a really long time. It's all about explicit instruction on expected behavior, teaching pro-social interactions. However, post-pandemic, we were pretty anecdotally recognizing a shift in students' ability to consistently demonstrate expected behavior, and teachers were really consistently expressing those concerns around students' ability to regulate their emotions. And so we set a course to examine our data. We used our Panorama survey data and figure out what was going on and do something about it. And so we discovered through our Panorama survey data that while we had a really significant strength in relationships, there was a gap in students' ability to regulate their own emotions and self-efficacy and growth mindset. So we selected an SEL resource called Ruler. It comes from the Yale Center for Emotional Intelligence. And we built an implementation team, which you see the original part of the original implementation team on the top left here. And we leveraged our Wednesday early release days, that professional development time. And we transitioned from the traditional PLT model to a more building-wide focus. And we were all hands on deck, learning about Ruler, learning about this SEL implementation, and focusing on the adult aspect of SEL so that the adults could gain those skills first before turnkeying that knowledge for our students. We used all of the tools. On the right-hand side of that slide, you'll see our staff-wide charter. So this was a Ruler signature tool to develop a charter. That's the charter that our staff created together. And we worked hard to build a scope and sequence that everybody was committed to, everybody contributed to for this school year. We spent the whole year last year preparing for this year to do this work with kids. Always, we were really on board with it. Everybody was excited about it, but always the question in school is, great, yes, we're on board, but like, when and how are we going to do this? And what is it going to be in place of? And so from that challenge, Community Day was born. And this year, Community Day has just been such a wild success. It has been an absolute blast. I'm going to talk about it a little bit more on the next slide. Ray, if you want to advance to that one. So Community Day takes place on every single early release day, and we have a completely different schedule on Community Day, and it's a grade level schedule. So for those of you who are familiar with the organizational setup at Wentworth School, we have vertical teams, so 3rd, 4th, and 5th graders together, and they kind of travel throughout their day together. On Community Day, it's grade level teams. So they have lunch and recess and their allied arts with all of their grade level peers. So you guys will remember you didn't have that opportunity much at Wentworth. It was kind of a missing piece. And so this has met that need and so much more. So on every Community Day, we begin all together in a whole school assembly. And whatever the focus of the month is kicked off. So in the top left-hand corner, you'll see that's all of our almost 700 precious little children sitting there at attention, like really focused, super expected behavior, and rolling out the mood meter, which they talked about in the student report to our school. And then following the whole school assembly, there is a block of time that there's the SEL lesson you saw from the map earlier in the classroom. Every student in the school is experiencing the same learning, just kind of adjusted for age. And there's an opportunity for community time, in addition to, like I said, grade level lunch and their allied arts class each day. So community time has really developed into something super special. We knew that we were going to be thrilled with this opportunity to really whole scale implement the SEL lessons and the signature tools, but community time has evolved into something so amazing. And so we shared some highlights from just this week, like Wednesday. At the end of our whole school assembly, we had a Native American drumming band called I'm going to do my very best here. I have to look at the word. Bernawerberskek, sorry. Drummers. They represent so many parts of the Native American community, and they came and did a presentation and brought their daughter, who was a 3rd grader, to do some traditional dance. And then one of our students, who also has Native American culture and background, joined her. If you click, Ray, on that little box up above, yep, that one, there's a quick little video of that. So please note how wonderful our audience is of 8, 9, and 10-year-olds. And also that the little girl who came with the group, she's a 3rd grader, and she goes to a teeny tiny school on Indian Island, and she was just blown away by our school. And so she ended up participating in the entire day. Our kids just scooped her right up. She went to gym class. She went to lunch and recess with them. She had the best day ever. So that was really awesome and just speaks to kind of the inclusive culture and just kindness and heart of our kids. It was just awesome. So after the whole school assembly, the 5th graders had an additional presentation by the drumming group, while the 4th graders participated in junior achievement, also connected to the Pleasant Hill student report. So volunteers came in, and the pictures bottom middle and bottom right are 4th graders participating in junior achievement, and they really customized the lesson for us and made it connected to our classroom charters. So volunteers from the community came in and talked about how in their professional life, the work of the charter really connects to even right through adulthood. And so it was really awesome, special, connected, made sense. And then our 3rd graders, not to be left out, actually had a presentation by 2 fabulous Scarborough High School students, Allie and Fiona. came. They are super passionate about sustainability. So they came to teach our third graders about recycling. They first came and presented to me. I was blown away, had them present to our leadership team. They were blown away. Those two girls, Scarborough High School seniors, came and presented to our entire faculty, so 100 teachers. And then we're bringing them back for the whole school. They did such a great job. If you click the little earth on the bottom left, it's a video of their original song.
Dropping on Spotify.
Yes.
2, 1. Paper, plastic, cans and glass, cans and glass. Paper, plastic, cans and glass, cans and glass. Recycle them all in your class. Paper, plastic, cans and glass, cans and glass. Do you guys like the song?
The entire presentation was like very interactive. There was singing, dancing, so much engagement. So as you can see, that's just a snapshot from this week's Community Day, and we do this every month. Amazing. Gabrielle's going to talk a little bit more about the classroom charters that I alluded to, because it's really, we find it really guiding the work across our school.
Yeah, I think, Kelly mentioned earlier too, the respect code, and that really served as one of our primary reference points when we were supporting students as they were navigating some like socially nuanced circumstances or complex challenges at school. And now I feel like we also have this classroom charter, which is really supportive of that work too. So through Ruler, we emphasize the power of this charter and this collective agency to identify how we want to feel in our space. And so every classroom put their heads together and they collaborated and identified some really powerful feeling words, such as confident, creative, respected, strong, loved. And they not only identified these words that they want to feel and embrace every day at school and support their peers doing so, but they also identified their pathway to get there. So what are those expectations? How are we going to conduct ourselves so that we can safeguard these feelings for each other? And it's really quite powerful. And we see all these charters in the classrooms, front and center on the bulletin board or on the whiteboard by the projector. And it's really clear that it's become like the fabric of their classroom communities.
Go to the next slide. This was the culmination of one of our spirit weeks.
Yeah, so I don't know if people can put their thinking hats on and reflect back to when they were in school, and the week before winter vacation kind of is like frenetic energy, and everyone's kind of just in the fields, ready to go home, do all the fun things with their family, take a break from school. And so we're like, what better way to kind of ease that little energy and tension by cultivating a sense of calm? And so we kind of put our heads together and try to think of how can we do this meaningfully and connect it to some broader values. And we thought of Hygge, which, if you're not familiar, Hygge is this Danish concept of contentment and joy and gratitude. And we felt that aligned really nicely to some of our work with Ruler as well. And so we brought it to our students at our December Community Day, and we played them a little video to get them hooked from Frozen. Sold, game changer. They were like ready to go. They embraced it. They were pumped. They're like, oh, thank you for coming up with this idea. And so we worked together within our Ruler team. And then also Kelly and I did some like conversation as well to think about how we can take this concept and put it into a spirit week. And so we created a week of activities for students to engage in that focused on these core concepts of joy, contentment, gratitude, coziness. And so some of the activities included like reading by a virtual fireplace, or hot cocoa for students, or writing strips of paper, like just something you're thankful for at Wentworth, and creating gratitude chains for our front entrance. Just a lot of small things that bring those warm, fuzzy feelings to our students, but also really kind of ensure that we were having a peaceful, content transition into our winter vacation.
Best week before break
It was
ever.
awesome. Yeah,
Ever.
it was great.
And so here was the grand finale. I'm going to talk a little bit about the announcements on the next slide, but there's a theme for each day. On the morning announcements at Wentworth, and on Friday, we start the day with a dance party, and it's the Friday Jam. And on the Thursday before, I was just kind of visiting some after school clubs, which you're also going to hear about. You guys didn't know, you were just really in for this, but thanks for hanging with us. And so the Thursday before I dropped into chorus club and they were singing this song and it means grant us peace in Latin. And so I impulsively said without talking to the advisor at all, like, you guys should be our Friday jam tomorrow morning. And she was like, what, how are we gonna? And I was like, just anybody who wants to, just show up at the office and we'll do a live Friday jam and it'll be awesome. And so I thought maybe like a few kids would show up and we'd figure something out, because typically I just play a song off my cell phone into the microphone for the announcements. But in this video clip, you'll see how many of these little just cherubs showed up and sang this song that means grant us peace in Latin. And it was like the sweetest end to our Huga. So if you want to play that clip. And I'm definitely crying at the end of that because it was so cute and pure. And I'm also wearing a Snuggie because it was PJ Day. But I just felt like that right there just sort of represents, there's so much negativity about behavior in school, and not everybody feels that way and not every school feels that way. And that was just a really great representation of just like the joy and beauty that comes in public elementary schools every day, or at least at Wentworth. And so on the next slide, I mentioned that every day, this is something that we really purposefully do to stay connected. We're a large school in 4 different learning communities. So every morning we come together as one big school with the daily morning announcements. And it's not just the typical like, oh, it's this day of the week and let's do the Pledge of Allegiance, but each day has a theme. And I mentioned about the Friday jam, but we have an accompanying slide deck that's projected in every classroom. And so we're really purposeful about coming together, and we really highlight all of our students' diverse and unique strengths. So each day there are at least 2 or 3 students who are sharing a greeting and the word or phrase of the day in their native language. We have a slide deck for Thursdays, which are called Thoughtful Thursday. You can see one of them, students came because the theme this year is what you're proud of or what you're grateful for, connected to Ruler. And so in the first Thursday of December, a couple of kids from Mrs. Sullivan's class came down and shared that they were proud and grateful for their class charter. If you click on that link, you will hear their rap that they did about their class charter.
Accepted, respected, empowered, included, valued. Class charter is cool.
So cute. Can't make that up.
It's just joyful, wonderful things like that. What they bring to you is just you can't script it. This week, a couple of students talked about why we have no school on Monday and the history behind Martin Luther King Jr. and how that connects to our Ruler work. Twice monthly, we have a bilingual breakfast as part of the morning part of school, and that's hosted by our multilingual teacher and our world language teacher. And they have a theme every time. Recently, they talked about what's on your plate, and it was all of our students. I wrote down how many slides there were, something like a 90 slide deck. Yeah, 90 slides featuring each of our bilingual students and their country connection and what breakfast looks like in that country. So they just do a different theme each time to just celebrate all of those wonderful differences. So those are some of the ways that we show our best selves, starting in the morning and really purposefully throughout the day.
Perfect, thank you. So we also really encourage the same concept of connectivity, engagement, and fun after school hours. And Wentworth is really well situated to provide a whole host of offerings for our students to really connect to their interests and to also facilitate continued opportunities to engage with their peers. And we just have an incredible system of clubs that I feel like we could just rave and go on and on for. I think Kelly compares club signups to what, Taylor Swift concerts?
Tickets, trying
Yeah.
to get tickets to the Taylor Swift
It's
concert.
it's
We
intense.
don't mean for it to be that way, but it is.
Yeah, it's certainly intense, but I mean, also rewarding simultaneously. We have so many offerings. I'll just name a few: Lego Club, Chess Club, Speed Cubing, coding, fiber art. So something that appeals to like a diverse array of interests and students. And most of our clubs have completely filled in spots, have a wait list. We're always having conversations about how we can expand our offerings so that students can be kind of guaranteed these experiences, which I actually believe they are this year, right? Like everyone.
There's enough
Yeah.
slots for every student to participate in one club. But a lot of kids sign up for more than one.
Yeah, which I can't blame them.
Mhm.
It's a great opportunity. And so I think that we're only going to continue to grow this initiative, and we're super appreciative for our club advisors and for Molly Brennerman, who's kind of coordinating and doing a lot of the heavy lifting in this work.
Oops, there we go. Okay, and so we really couldn't do all of this work without the community support and involvement that we are so fortunate to have. And we do want to thank the school board for continuing to support our by appointment days that begin our school year that way. I feel like those by appointment days just set the tone for engagement. It sets the tone for like, we are working together to support your child on this journey through Wentworth. And those examples just continue throughout the year of how our community shows up in our school and really at everything that we ask for, from just PT, like our parent teacher organization requesting donations to support a staff luncheon, done. I put out on the top left-hand side, we had some signs in need of repair, like they have the expectations for playground equipment. They were in need of repair. I put out a photo in our weekly family news. Hey, is anybody handy? Do you want to fix this? And that's a picture of Parker, one of our fourth graders. And he and his dad have like revamped all of them. We have a cadre of volunteers who, when they come for their kids' activities, they just are on rotation to organize our ridiculously always overflowing lost and found. Public service announcement, please label your child's clothing, Wentworth parents, but they just come in and take care of that. Bottom left is a connection with WMTW. We were at school at 5 a.m. doing weather at our school. And then in the middle and on the bottom right, this is a really special one. I recently accompanied 2 classrooms who did a walking field trip up to the hardware store to deliver thank you cards because ACE donated the paint for our students during community time to repaint the map of the United States that you see on the bottom right-hand side. And give that a little zhuzh on our playground. And they walked up and they gave the cards. And apparently we really like to sing at Wentworth because they serenaded them with the 50 Nifty United States song. And it was just so cute. And the owner's smiles were just ear to ear. So really special. And I feel like these connections, to use Gabrielle's word from earlier, are really symbiotic. And I feel like have just made Wentworth just one of the crown jewels of our community. And ultimately, it all goes back to supporting student achievement. And so we're at our last slide. One more. There we go. Okay. So again, we could have shared with you about like guaranteed and viable curriculum, test scores, all of the academic pieces. All of that is very solidly in place. And I feel like we have a lot of opportunities to speak to that. But we wanted to take this path because we expect a lot of these little babies at Wentworth School. We really do. And nothing is a reminder of how little they really are until you have them come to school in their PJs and you just see like they are really little in their little footsie jams. And we recognize that childhood is fleeting and that Wentworth is purposefully joyful, and it's a purposefully joyful learning environment for students, and that joy in kids begets joy in staff, and it's just all flows together. And so we will continue leading with heart because we believe that schools are just this really sacred place, not because of the beautiful building, though that helps because then you have space to learn and grow and do all of these wonderful things. But because of the people who are in the buildings. And there's just this really wonderful synergy among our school community this year and a climate that we are really incredibly proud of. So thank you for this opportunity to share, and thanks for sharing in our joy. And thanks for hanging in there with us,
Yes, thank you.
everybody. Thank you. Thanks. Should we do questions or no?
Yeah, is there any questions or comments for Kelly?
My comments.
Oh, sure. go
Um,
ahead.
Thank you. That was
You're
wonderful.
welcome.
I love presentations from you guys. I wanted to just tell you that how much I appreciate the unstructuredness of some of these moments, like your Friday Jam and with the rap that the kids were doing. I think it's really important that even though there's a lot of structure during the day, those unstructured moments are the ones that they're going to leave with, and they're always going to remember those. And that's what's really meaningful in this kind of setting, because it's a lot. It's a lot to control, self-regulate when you don't have those opportunities to be unstructured. But I do have a question.
Sure.
So with self-regulating in school, I imagine there might be some difficulty with self-regulating at home. Not always, but sometimes. Are there family resources that our families can access this ruler stuff?
I'm so glad you asked, Jenna. In our weekly email, you could even look at the one this week. There is a family connection resource to whatever our signature tool of the month is. And so this month it's a focus on like a little bit more information about our classroom charters and how you could build a family charter at home. So there are connected student family home connection resources. Yeah, thank you.
Frila, did you have something too?
Well, I want to say, I'm going to get the name of it wrong, I think, but I want to say congratulations for getting taken off that list, the ESSA.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
I just love the environment that you've kind of made for these kids. They are still so little and it's easy to forget. And I love that you've kind of made an environment where they have very high expectations and that's great. And they're learning and all of those things, but it also can be an environment where it's not just educationally that they're growing.
Yeah,
So
thank you.
congratulations and thank you.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you so much for everything you do every day for our kids. I love the fact that our schools are thriving. I think first things first, we're here to make sure that their academics are strong and kids are getting what they need so that they can be successful later in life. And we do get a lot of that here, and it's something that's really important for us to keep our eyes on. I am so happy, though, to see you go behind that and talk about the joy that you bring to our kids every day and how that joy connects directly to their academic progress. That if kids want to be there and they're nurtured there, that they're able to do what they need to do to gain access to their academics and therefore thrive. I also really want to say thank you for your celebration of all the different cultures and how you're able to elevate the differences in a way that's not divisive or separate, but in a way that celebrates each individual child's unique self. And supporting that is something special because that is so important. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Priyana. Anything else?
I will just also say thank you very much. This was an amazing presentation, so thank you. I don't think it's a big secret. I am a huge lover of emotional intelligence. I believe very much in it. I find a lot of value in it, and what I find a lot of value in particularly is that when you create an environment where people feel like they can build confidence and they can identify their emotions and they can lead from a place of high emotional intelligence, that actually
translates to improved performance, right? And so we know that in the business world, but what's fascinating is that you're finding that in the kids world too, right? So the more you can create an environment where they are confident and they feel respected and they feel valued, that engages them and wants them, it makes them want to perform and want to succeed and want to do better. And so it's no surprise to me that by increasing their essentially emotional intelligence, that's what I refer to SEL as, you're actually increasing your grades and your academics, and you're able to come off of tier support as well. So they go hand in hand, and they it's really important that we recognize that. So thank you. And thank you for all you do. This is really incredible. You should be really proud.
Well, you're all invited any early release
Yes.
day if you want to come down and experience Community Day. We start at 8:30 and the fun rolls on right till 1:45, and it's a really, really special day. So come join us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
so much.
you. All right. Okay. Agenda item 13.2 is the first reading of policy JFCK, student use of privately owned electronic devices at school. So before I turn this over to Freyla, I just want to review where we've been and where we're going so that everybody is working from the same set of information. The policy, like generally speaking, any policy process starts with the policy committee. So when Freyla gave the policy committee update, she mentioned that we're looking back at old policies, and we are we've moved right through the Bs, almost through the Bs. So that's our process. And so what happens is the policy committee, which is Freyla, myself, and Jillian, we review policies, the existing policies, we review model policies, we determine if any changes need to be made, we discuss those changes, we write a recommended draft, and then it comes to the full board for consideration. So with our current policies, JFCK and JFCKR, we started that process in June. This policy impacts so many within our community. I think we have had upwards of, 300 emails we've received, possibly. I am looking at one petition in front of me that is parents and teachers, that is 240 signatures. And I am looking at a student and teacher petition that is 384 signatures. So that's on top of the letters we've received. That's on top of the public comment we've received at every single policy meeting we've had since June. That's on top of phone calls that board members have received. That is on top of other communications. So I think as a whole, as I mentioned earlier, when I was thanking everybody for our special meeting, we recognize that this really, really impacts a lot of people. Our goal as a policy committee has always been to make thoughtful decisions, to take our time, and to do things in a way where we can bring forward the very best recommendation for this board to consider. And when I say very best recommendation, I mean a recommendation that works for our students, that works for our parents, and that works for our staff. So it takes us time. We've never shied away from that. And that's why it's here we are in January, just bringing it forward. So we held this special meeting. We did receive a lot of feedback. So we have been intentional about that special meeting. We placed it where we did because we wanted to have a draft policy, but we wanted to hear from the community before we held this meeting. And so we asked people to come, and they came. I think we had about 50 people at that meeting. And it was really, like I said, a really, really good opportunity to provide feedback. So tonight, what is in front of us is the first reading of the draft. We're going to hear from Freyla. We'll hear about what changed. And then from there, this is the board's and public's opportunity to hear those changes for the first time. It's also the board's opportunity to provide suggested changes that they want to see to the draft. It is time to hear from you, and then it will go back to the policy committee for consideration. So when the board votes on this, a yes vote does not mean they are voting yes for the draft policy. A yes vote means they are voting to push this to a second reading. So I want to be very clear about this. This is not the end all be all. This is our first reading. The policy committee will then meet on February 4th. That was the time we heard earlier. It'll be here in town council chambers. And that is the opportunity where the policy committee are going to consider the discussion tonight, the recommendations from the board tonight, all of the comments we've heard, the petitions, the emails, everything we've heard, and make any necessary adjustments at that time. And then, as it stands on February 27th, which is our regularly scheduled board meeting, that's when this policy will go to second reading. So at second reading, any of the changes the policy committee has made will come forward in a new draft at that time. After second reading, if it is voted, a yes vote at second reading would be by a board member would mean, yes, I support the policy as it's written. And then it would move forward from there. It would become our policy, our district-wide policy at that time. All right, so on that note, would you mind providing the update?
I would be happy to. This is the biggest like not reveal policy moment in my committee chairship since we released a draft ahead of time and we've debated it. Not amongst ourselves, but at the last meeting, we really heard a lot about it. I don't believe we've had that much preparation for any policy since I've started. So the changes, we've taken two separate policies, JFCKR and JFCK, combined them back into one. The reason we did that is because typically if you have two policies like that, the first policy is the policy and the second policy is a procedure that is to be followed in order to kind of enact or implement the original policy. JFCKR is not a procedure, it's a policy. And so it didn't make sense to have two separate documents that put the policy out. And so we don't have enough institutional memory to know why that decision was made or when that decision was made. But we did make a decision that when we put draft forward, we were going to make one policy and one document. So that's the biggest, most obvious change. Within the draft policy itself, it's fairly similar to the old policy, but there's some important changes. First of all, it has it refers to privately owned electronic devices at schools and indicates that this is applicable to cellular telephones and other electronic devices. It talks about that in K through 8, all of these devices have to be turned off and stored and cannot be used during school hours. The first paragraph carves out the high school for an exception, which permits that the devices to be used during passing periods only and no other school time. And then it indicates that, the devices are to be used in a manner that doesn't disrupt the activities of others. There's some specific provisions regarding electronic devices that include cameras, videos, or sound recording functions. It talks about how that's strictly prohibited in locker rooms, restrooms, buses, classrooms, and other school locations. There's permission required to be, you have to get consent before taking any sort of recording of others. That's not a change from the other policy. Our other policy did very much the same thing. Obviously, this is the same that if any of the devices are used in a way that violates the board policy, administrative procedure, school rules, and then specifies what that might be, if it's illegal use for illegal means or bullying, harassing, discrimination, that's prohibited. You can't use the devices to break any rules. There's a provision that we've heard a little bit about that are concerning people having to do with privacy rights. It indicates that these devices may be searched if there is a reasonable suspicion that a student is violating by any board policy, procedure, school rules, or engaging in misconduct related to that device. And then disciplinary action can be taken to enact the policy, which is pretty typical. That isn't a change. So it's a short policy. It's one page. And then there's some references in it, but that is the policy that has been put forward to be considered tonight. And I'm looking forward to hearing what you have to say at the next section.
All right. So for the board, are there any questions on the changes? Not discussion time, but any questions? All right, hearing none. Is there anyone wishing to make public comment? If so, if you just want to line up, or if you want to stay seated and just take your time, that work, whatever you want to do is fine. But Ray, would you also mind monitoring the online? If you are online and wishing to make public comment, if you could, in the bottom of your Zoom menu, there's a raise hand function. If you could raise your hand. I'm going to start with the inside and then we'll monitor the Zoom. And just, yep, we can go ahead and get started, and I'll just provide one set of instructions for everyone. I won't repeat myself over and over. I've already mentioned the lights to you. If you just, as you come up, if you could introduce yourself with your name, that's sufficient. You will have 3 minutes to provide public comment. Please address your comments to me as the chair. And we will get this started. Oh, yeah, thank you. Freyla asked me to just explain really quickly that for public comment purposes, it's not a dialogue, it's not a back and forth. This is our business meeting, so it's more us listening to you, taking notes. If there is something to follow up on, we can certainly do that at a later date. All right? All right.
All right, thanks, everybody. My name is Kristen Varico, and I'm going to read part of the letter that Shannon had mentioned that several of us put together following last week's meeting, and that was signed by 240 parents and concerned community members. If I run out of time, Kristen Ritchie is going to finish the note for me. Dear school board members, first, thank you for taking the time to review this policy. We understand it is a difficult process with lots of competing interests. We, the undersigned parents, teachers, and community members, strongly support a policy to create a personal electronic device and social media free environment in Scarborough schools. This initiative prioritizes student learning, focus, social development, and emotional well-being. The U.S. faces a youth mental health crisis with evidence linking social media and digital products to increase distraction, cyberbullying, anxiety, depression, suicide, and self-harm among teens. The U.S. Surgeon General, Dr. Vivek Murthy, has emphasized the need for a device-free space, including schools, stating the risk of not acting could be someone's life. Scarborough Public Schools have shown their commitment to address suicidal ideation by using Go Guardian technology, but together we can do more to tackle the root causes of this crisis and better support our children. The primary goal of school is to educate and to create a learning environment that is both equitable and effective. Numerous studies show that simply having a phone nearby increases cognitive load and reduces attention, as the anticipation of notifications, pings, and other distractions takes away from the focus of learning. This is a feeling that we all recognize even as adults. Research has made it abundantly clear that bell-to-bell personal device-free policies improves the school environment by increasing academic engagement, improving learning outcomes, and students' social connection with their peers. Devices, including but not limited to cellular phones, smartwatches, and other wearables and gaming devices, distract from learning and interrupt opportunities for students to engage in face-to-face interaction with each other. While we acknowledge that smartphones can provide benefits such as immediate access to information and quick communication with peers and parents, many of these needs can be addressed through alternatives that do not compromise our children's social, emotional, and academic development. We heard the concerns raised during the roundtable discussion on January 9th. It is understandable that students feel strongly and push back against the idea of not having their devices. Further, despite the stated opposition to a ban, one or many students shared that they commonly observe peers abusing their devices, using apps like Instagram or TikTok, which is distracting to others, are subject to inconsistent policies due to teacher discretion, respond immediately to PowerSchool notifications on their personal devices, illustrating the distraction and compulsive nature of phone notifications, and want to be trusted but lack the school or parent-provided formal education on how to use devices appropriately. Thank you. I'm going to let Kristen finish.
Hi, I'm Kristen Ritchie. I'm a parent of 2 children in the school system. Okay. Students may support maintaining access to their devices, but share concerns on issues that the proposed policy is designed to address. As adults, it is our responsibility to prioritize evidence over emotion and make decisions in their best interest, guided by peer-reviewed data from reliable sources. Teachers also shared their views at the roundtable, with many highlighting effective strategies for managing phones, while others expressed a preference for having devices left at home. Additionally, teachers highlighted that the current policy update, which introduces a device-free lunch at the high school, is difficult to enforce. To address these challenges, we advocate for the following. 1, personal electronic device-free school days, from the first bell to the last bell, where devices are turned off, securely locked away, and inaccessible to students during the school hours while under the supervision of an employee of the school district, for a school-related program. Examples of storage devices include phone-specific lockers, pencil pouches or manila envelopes stored in a secure location, and lockable pouches that students cannot unlock. Policy may allow use of personal laptops and calculators if necessary for educational purposes. We acknowledge that technology evolves rapidly and not all scenarios may be captured or known, so regular communication is essential to discuss progress and make necessary adjustments. 2, exceptions should be made for children with documented medical needs or special educational plans requiring personal device use, along with the transition period to allow parents and administrators to adjust before the policy is implemented. 3, a prohibition on using social media platforms for school to student communication, including school-based communications such as those for athletic teams, after-school activities, and career and technical education. We recognize that this change requires a cultural shift. If a compromise is necessary, we would support implementing a full rollout for the 2026 to 2027 school year. The policy is vital for enhancing academic engagement, learning outcomes, and peer social connections. If the board decides against a device and social media free policy, we respectfully request access to the data supporting that position. Thank you for your dedication to this issue.
Thank you, both of you. Hi.
Hi, I am a junior. I'm Henry. I'm a junior at the high school, and thank you for giving us all this opportunity to speak. I'm here on behalf of the 384 students and some teachers who signed this petition opposing the current draft JFCK. This has been emailed to the board. The proposed policy banning the use of personal electronic devices at Scarborough Public Schools introduces numerous logistical challenges, undermines students' educational opportunities, restricts the choice of teachers, and creates unnecessary conflict between students, staff, and administrators. The ban on all personal devices extends beyond phones to include devices like laptops and calculators. This is unfeasible, as the school cannot provide calculators for all students, and many advanced courses require personal devices for essential learning tools like programming software. In addition, students applying to colleges need to use personal devices to log into portals and their applications with a personal email address, which cannot be done on school-managed devices. Most classrooms already manage phone use effectively. There's already a policy in place that the teachers and administrators have said works well. The new policy completely removes their discretion on use of personal electronics. The decision to give a child a personal electronic device and how to manage its use should remain a personal choice for each family, guided by their own values and understanding of their child's maturity, rather than being dictated by school board policies, as families already have the tools and power to implement restrictions and monitor usage effectively. Study halls are invaluable time for students to catch up on schoolwork and other activities, and many students may need to use a personal device to do this. Lunchtime supervision is already stretched thin, with only 2 or 3 staff members managing hundreds of students, and enforcing this policy would require significantly more staff, making it impractical. And it should be left to teacher discretion on whether a student uses one of these devices, and parent discretion on whether a student owns one of these devices and what they can do on said device. The usage of these devices should not just be the school board's decision, as a blanket ban harms more than it does good. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm just pulling it up. Am I good?
Yeah, just can you tell us your name first?
Yeah. Hi, my name is Kaylee Q, and I'm a senior at Scarborough High School. In response to the new policy draft, I would like to ask the board to consider adding teacher discretion back into the policy, and also providing more provisions and exceptions for personally owned electronic devices. The reason I do not want a complete phone ban at the high school level is because data from schools around the world shows mixed results regarding its effectiveness. For instance, a British study that tracked surveys regarding phone bans / usages from 2001 to 2013 found that yes, phone bans could be an effective way to increase student performance. At the same time, a Swedish study published in 2020
found no impact on mobile phone bans in school and even dismissed their small size gains. As a result, their policy advice was that while introducing a mobile phone ban is tempting due to its low-cost nature, such a ban should not be expected to produce substantial gains in student performance. Additionally, the United Nations Educational, Scientific, and Cultural Organization recently released a report that did have findings on how phones, as well as other technological devices, can be distractions which hinder student engagement. However, at the same time, the report doesn't actually advocate for a total phone ban. Instead, it advises that schools develop curriculum that teaches students the risks and opportunities smartphones provide and encourages them to navigate the digital world effectively. So basically, there are a multitude of factors that influence these studies, including cultural ones, as seen with like Sweden and Britain. And also there's the pandemic that influences how students are behaving in schools as of right now. But there isn't actually conclusive evidence which says that a strict phone ban policy is the most effective. And so I think that having a blanket phone policy oversimplifies the issue and kind of feels disingenuous to us students. Currently, I don't see a lot of people advocating for solutions which address the root causes of student engagement issues and technology issues that they have. It's hard to see this kind of support and people coming out advocating for a better curriculum that addresses device management or different teaching styles which keep students engaged, and also how to make resources more available to students who are neurodivergent and have attention issues, and phones just exacerbate that. And it kind of feels patronizing to us as students that we are being told that this is for our protection, when in reality, we already understand the negative consequences of smart device usage, but also get to experience their academic benefits every day, which many adults keep dismissing. There's a generational disconnect happening here because it is silly to us that while us students face bigger issues like environmental devastation and gun violence, parents seem the most focused on a piece of technology that grants most of us students information from all over the globe right at the tips of our fingers. That's all.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Magdalena Gobelschup, and I'm a sophomore at Scarborough High School. There are a few things that I've been thinking about that I just wanted to let everybody ruminate on. The search and seizure clause in the draft lets there be, with reasonable evidence, searching and seizing of a student's phones. I have many conflictions with this, and this is something that I would like to see revised when going over the draft. Other than that, if us using phones is so problematic, why don't we have more digital literacy and media classes to teach us how to use them properly? If adults are expecting us to be able to go off without them and become adults, we need to be taught how to use the technology that is by no means going away. Us as students are here to learn from adults and our parents, so in tandem with this phone policy, I would like to see more proper tools to help us with that. Teacher discretion and trust between students and educators has always worked in my experience, and I think that that is the way right now that it should stay. Trust and respect from teachers and students makes the difference, and putting this current draft into action would break some of that trust that we've been building at Scarborough schools. A closing question I have to end with for people to think about is that I've heard many people say that there are ways to get in quick contact with parents, and I'd like to know what those ways are. How can students get in contact with parents if not by calling or texting? That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Jenny Jubilis. I'm a parent in the district. And so as a pediatrician, as well as a parent of a soon-to-be high schooler, I really appreciate the thoughtful emphasis that the school board has taken. I know it's taken a long time and many, many hours, and I really do appreciate that this draft that you have put forward. I feel that it's evidence-based and in the best interest of all of our students. I'm very much in support of this draft policy. When I look at what the school board's mission is, this is not a judgment on what choices we make within our own families. This is a way of establishing the most effective learning environment for as many students as we possibly can. And to do that, we need to really look at the evidence. When we look at the evidence in pediatric medicine, we grade it, and we grade it on the basis of how well supported it is by peer-reviewed, published literature that is generalizable to our setting. So for example, the Sweden study that was referenced, one of the things that the American Academy of Pediatrics has acknowledged is that, yes, that study exists, but Sweden already used a lot of electronics in their classrooms prior to that study being published, and so the difference wasn't as noticeable as it might be in other settings. Multiple peer-reviewed published studies have shown that smartphone use and specifically social media use are associated with increased risks of anxiety and depression and a myriad of other mental health issues. And that's particularly true for teen girls, but also for boys. Cyberbullying is very real, and I cannot say enough how grateful I am that the middle school has really gone cell phone free this year. There's been so many times that I've been so glad that it's a safe space for these kids. There are studies in Spain and in Norway that describe a very significant decrease in bullying after implementing a personal use ban of cell phones in schools. And then there was a qualitative study in New Zealand that assessed the impact of cell phone restriction during school hours, and they did this retroactively, so after the ban was put into place. And they found that educators and students actually agreed that the students spent more time engaging in face-to-face interactions, and they had much more positive influence on their mental effect after the cell phone restriction was in place. Multiple school systems in Maine and nationally have successfully advocated for phone-free schools, even through high school, following peer-reviewed scientific data about what's best for our children. And I'm really encouraging Scarborough to do the same, continuing to follow the data rather than emotions. Science is super important. Data show that students don't benefit from increased technology use in school in this fashion, and they actually may be harmed by it. And that's why I, as a pediatrician, support the draft policy. I would, again, really encourage you to look at the fact that this is not a 100% ban on cell phones all the time. This is providing a safe space for our children to learn. And as Shannon correctly stated, if you provide them a safe space to learn where they feel safe, they feel comfortable, then the academics will follow. Thank you.
Thank you. How are we doing online, right? Any hands online?
Hello. I'm a parent of a junior at the high school, and I'm concerned about the broad scope of the changes the board is making to JFCK, especially as it relates to the high school. As currently written, the board will enact bans and restrictions on the high school of all privately owned electronic devices that far exceeds those of neighboring high schools. All high schools in the county but Bath allow smartphone use during lunch, and many allow it during study hall as well. And all but Bath allow for teacher discretion during educational periods. The current draft of JSCK goes too far by removing allowances for lunchtime use and teacher permission at the high school. According to the information collected by the board from the high school staff, the majority of the staff wish to retain language about teacher discretion. Many suggest requiring phone trees in every classroom. One of the teacher group reports, quote, "Phone trees should be mandatory for academic time and teacher discretion to allow usage for particular assignments or non-academic time." And another says that, quote, "Phone trees work and teachers really like them. Those of us who use them find them very effective." There is zero mention of phone trees or teacher discretion in the current revision of JFCK. And it is disappointing that the board appears to have requested input and decided to disregard it. I urge the board to revisit the advice and requests coming directly from the people at the high school who deal with these students and their devices the most. Additionally, language in the draft, as well as in the preceding policies, is lacking in clarity and specificity. The high school teachers and students have requested you to provide clarity as well. The board should seek to clarify and specify their policies and not continue to obfuscate and confuse. I urge the board to fix this problem by using plain and specific language in the new policy. State plainly and as specifically as possible what exactly what devices you are banning and how such bans will be implemented at each school. Today's high school students use electronic devices throughout their day to accomplish many diverse and important tasks. They use these devices in ways inconceivable to a student from any previous generation. Today's technology is an inherent part of daily life for these students, and expecting them to function as we all did during our youth is unreasonable. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Would you mind telling us your name just for the?
Amy Salerno.
Thank you so much. You just want to tell us your name really quick?
Hello again. My name is Alex Wu. I'm a high school senior. May I begin?
Yes.
Okay, so I'd like to start with some broad recommendations that I believe are good regardless of somebody's position on the ban. I believe that this policy is for electronic devices as a whole, but however, I believe that instead of this, it should enumerate other personal devices because it seems the intent of regardless of whatever your position is, to be a ban on cell phones. But currently, our policy is broad and overreaching of all personal devices. Now, currently, personal electronic devices, that doesn't just include phones, that also includes personal computers, calculators, as we've heard before, and a lot of other devices. We should enumerate these things specifically because there's a lot of academically inclined devices such as calculators and laptops that are able to subsidize classroom learning without the school having to pay for them and isn't able to pay for them because we don't have the necessary funding without having to worry about that being paid for the school. So I'd like to have specific clauses naming phones and their bans and their restrictions as opposed to other personal devices. That way we will help classroom environments be purpose for learning and other things. I also believe in IEPs and multi-tiered student support. Again, there should be exceptions for these for personal devices aside from just phones. I've heard of smartwatches and other things that are vital to things that our school psychiatrists don't currently have the resources to use under our overarching phone ban and just personal device ban. They can't be helping neurodivergent and other disabled students with these devices because of the broad scope of our current policy. I want to sort of emphasize that bit about personal devices subsidizing things that the school system can't. Right now, our Chromebooks are quite poor. For the last 3 Lang classes that I've had, I take AP Lang, we've been trying to take a test, and because of the nature of our Chromebooks, we have not been able to take them. That is 3 wasted educational periods that we were not able to do anything effectively in because we were trying to do technological things. Had we had personal devices, and a lot of people who were able to use personal devices, they were able to access College Board and other things effectively. So that also happens for Kahoot, where people don't have their Chromebooks working, and because they have personal devices, they're still able to engage in the classroom environment effectively. Again, it should be enumerated specifically what cell phones can be used for and other personal devices, because those 2 things are very different. If the policy team has time, which I respect your time, and I know there's other things, please amend this policy to include other personal device use that can be used regardless. I still advocate for personal cell phone usage and healthy, responsible use and curriculum, but all those other things I believe are important to whatever side.
Thank you.
Hello.
Hi.
My name is Liz Thorne. I'm a parent. So I'm adding to the evidence-based discussion for not having cell phones. But I changed some of this wording in this write-up to people from youth because I think it's all of us. We're all kind of part of the problem, but I think this is an excellent opportunity to create good habits. So here goes. Dr. Anna Lemke, a renowned psychiatrist and expert in addiction medicine, highlights the powerful role dopamine, the brain's pleasure and reward chemical, plays in addiction. Activities that trigger high dopamine surges, such as excessive screen time, social media use, or gaming, can rewire the brain's reward pathways, making it harder for individuals, especially children and teens, to experience pleasure from everyday activities. This constant exposure to artificial dopamine spikes increases the risk of addiction-like behaviors, where people crave more stimulation to feel normal. Over time, the brain compensates by reducing dopamine receptors, leading to a state of dopamine deficit. This deficit leaves people feeling irritable, anxious, or even depressed when they're not engaging in these high stimulation activities. For youth, this cycle creates a dangerous and people. This cycle creates a dangerous feedback loop. Research has shown that such dopamine dysregulation is linked to higher rates of impulsivity, emotional dysregulation, and self-harming behaviors. These behaviors often emerge as coping mechanisms for the distress caused by dopamine imbalances and the inability to tolerate discomfort or boredom. Dr. Lemke emphasizes that mitigating these risks requires reducing access to addictive stimuli like constant phone use and teaching people how to find a balance through delayed gratification, meaning connections and real-world experiences. By creating phone-free environments in schools, we hope to teach young people the risks of addiction and prevent its downstream effects, including self-harm, and foster healthier, more resilient communities. So there's that. But so where I work, we like to throw out wacky ideas and we kind of create a brainstorm. So I'm like, obviously I'm for the phone like moving away from phones in the high school. And maybe there's a way that we can kind of embrace an opportunity for 8th graders going into 9th grade to pioneer the change and like embrace it. And then year over year, there'll be more kids wanting to, like, obviously they'll have to but anyways, they're already not using phones. Let's like keep that going instead of letting them, like, obviously they already have phones. They don't want to get rid of phones, but maybe there's a way to have kids embrace that. That's all. I don't know. Just an idea. Wacky idea.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Lauren Bornstein. I'm an English teacher at the high school. I was not planning on speaking, so I have nothing written down. But my understanding is that this draft policy is not a phone-free environment. It says that the students can use it during passing time. So, while these studies I think are very meaningful to the students, this phone policy is not guaranteeing that it is a phone-free environment. And so I'm quite nervous about the implementation of the policy. So the students would have the phones on them because if they can use them during passing time, that means they would be in their backpacks. So someone mentioned earlier that I've used a phone tree for the first time this year and it's worked beautifully. And I like the flexibility that I have in getting to the students' level and interacting with them and having discussions about when it's appropriate to, if they need to check their phone or do something with it. I think if it were a true phone-free environment, we could all work with that if that meant that the phones were not at school, whether they were in those fancy magnetic bags or in a locker or left at home. I don't think that could ever happen, but obviously we don't have the budget for that, I don't think. So my concern is that this policy actually does not say that we will have a phone-free environment, which is what it sounds like people really want. But in supporting the draft policy, it's actually not a phone-free environment, and I'm worried about the way that staff will have to, I hate to use the word discipline, but I worry that it will become a battle knowing that these students will have their phones on them and that this passing time will sort of leak into other areas of the school, just because if the phone's in the backpack, it is still a distraction. And so I am not in support of the draft policy because I think it disallows the school to work with the students on where they are in their development and working toward understanding their use of their phones, expecting them to leave it in their backpacks for the entire day except for passing time. Again, I've been a teacher now for 12 years. That just does not feel realistic to me. So that's what makes me a little bit wary about the draft policy itself. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Joanna Wallace, and I am opposed to the draft policy as written. I'll share that I have two students, one in the middle school, one at Wentworth, and we had purchased smartwatches for both of those students with the discussions with teachers and principals before we purchased those watches a couple years ago. With the now ban, it was very difficult for, I have a child with an IEP, and when we spoke in the IEP meeting, the watch was purchased in part with the discussion with the IEP in support of the IEP, with the IEP teachers. And it wasn't written into our students' IEP at the time because they were allowed at the time. Now that there is a ban at the lower levels, it was the IEP teachers were very, very unwilling to write the watch into the IEP because of the ban. So there were several devices that were suggested that the school could purchase that would satisfy 3 different needs of my child. But why would we have the school spend money on those devices when the watch works, does what it needs to do, is free to the school, and it's locked down during the day too. So there's no phone calls that can happen. There's no texting that can happen from bell to bell. So I'd really be in support of adding in teacher discretion, excuse me, back into the policy. I would also be in support of adding device management into the policy, because there is a difference between smartwatches that can't access the internet and cell phones, which can, especially at the younger levels. So I'd like that to be considered as well. And I'd also just like to remind everybody that social media does not equal cell phones and devices. So banning those devices does not, my kids don't have social media, that's my choice. But they do have devices, which I consider a tool for them. Thanks.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Denise Blaine. I am a teacher at Scarborough High School. I also was not planning on speaking tonight, but you can never keep me in a seat too long. I am sorry. I'm standing in front of you in opposition to the draft policy for, I guess, 3 reasons. The first one is I would like the board to consider putting teacher discretion back into the policy. It's no surprise, I've been teaching here for 25 years. A lot of our teachers have been teaching for many years, and this is what we do. We manage things. And taking that away, to me, feels like you don't trust me. That putting that in there and taking it away, you don't trust me to do my job. Secondly, the policy as drafted would definitely change the way I interact with my students. It is a part of their life. I want them to be able to use it and use it correctly. I don't want to police them all day long. I don't want to do it. I want to engage with them. I want them to work with me. And I think this policy as written would change that dynamic. Lastly, I've heard a lot about how it impacts education. And I'm only speaking from the high school. I don't have any fancy statistics or anything, but I would ask the board, while there is a bunch of data out there, I'm not disregarding that, national data, world data, can we look at Scarborough's data, Scarborough High School's data, the Panorama Survey, our grades, compare those to statewide, compare those nationally. Are we doing that badly? I would say no. I'm sure Mr. Chario would love to come up here and do this amazing presentation on Panorama Survey and watch me roll my eyes in the background. But this is one time where I'm like, yeah, for the Panorama Survey, because sorry. But I have watched that survey change, that data change, especially in certain areas about feeling like we have a community, feeling like they're supported. So I would really like the board and the committee, when you're looking at this draft policy again, to kind of look really closely at Scarborough's data. And is this policy as written, 0 to 100, in my opinion, going to be what's absolutely best for our students? Are we doing what's best for them in their education moving forward? That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. How are we doing online?
Okay. Is there anybody else wishing to make public? Oh. We had a hand. Yeah, if you allow her to talk. Okay, Allison, online, Allison, you have been given permission to talk. I'm gonna start the timer. I'll just, as it gets close, as your time gets close, I'll just, unfortunately have to interrupt you to let you know that. All
Okay.
right? Okay, thank you so much. Go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Allison Avery. I'm also a teacher at the high school. I would just like to reiterate kind of what Ms. Bornstein and Ms. Blaine were saying. Currently, the policy as drafted just states that they can use it during passing time. And that means that students are still going to have all of these devices on them throughout the school day. And my concern is that this is going to take the relationships that we have built with these students, and now we are going to have to enforce yet another policy that, in my opinion, is already under management at the high school. I think we do a very good job, and our students are very respectful of instructional time. Yes, there is usage at lunch and in study halls. But again, I think that this is an opportunity for us as teachers to give the students the opportunity to have these devices on them before they get out into the real world. When they get to college, when they get into the job world, they are not going to have a cell phone ban. They're not going to have someone saying, no, you can't have that on you at all times. Like, they're going to have to learn how to use these tools in their pockets. They're going to have to learn how to put them on silent, to limit their distractions. And I think at the high school level, it is our job as educators to make that happen. Like, I personally have a cell phone tree, and until it's a problem, I don't need to use it. If it is a problem for students, then we do use it. And I think for study halls, if a student has their cell phone, it's usually they're looking at class notes, they're looking at their online textbooks, they're looking at other instructional things, they're taking pictures for projects. I know in our STEM classes, we're constantly using them for taking pictures of their projects, taking videos of Rube Goldberg machines. We can't do these on their Chromebooks. It's just not feasible. So unless we can find funding to provide classrooms with cameras and videos and iPads and all of these other devices, I just don't see that this is a reality that can be effectively managed at the high school without taking some of those learning opportunities away. And in my experience, the students who are distracted by social media or anything during a study hall on their phone, if they don't have their phone, they are just finding an alternative way to be distracted. I think that's a conversation that parents need to have with students about their time management and the consequences of not using their time effectively. And that's a growth opportunity that developmentally they need to have before they can leave high school. They need to learn these skills. These are soft skills that we need to be proactively teaching our students. And I think that a complete ban on personal electronics takes that away, those learning opportunities. And it's not just about the academics, it's also about these soft skills. And the presentation at Wentworth was teaching these students soft skills. So why are we not continuing these soft skills throughout their entire academic career?
Mhm.
Thank you.
Thank you, Allison. All right, is there anyone else wishing to make public comment either in person or, yeah, come
Hi, my name is Vaishnavi. I'm a junior at Scarborough High School.
While I understand the argument that these cell phones are distracting, I believe that it is the responsibility of the school department to teach students what responsible usage truly looks like. Each step in a student's education is pivotal, and it teaches us crucial lessons and ways to navigate what comes next. This does not include directly prohibiting phone usage. As we enter the next stages of the digital age, personal device usage is inevitable. Rather than carrying out a full restriction of personal devices, like phones or personal laptops, it is imperative that the school district encourages responsible usage via lesson plans and curricula that weave in technology. And if anything, it creates a bridge between generations that allows teachers to engage with students in a language that they're more familiar with in this new era. Further, phones have the potential to provide social and emotional benefits, which has been proven to be a goal of the school district. As has been previously discussed, personal electronic devices can act as emotional regulators. In addition to the difficulties involved in incorporating school-specific technology into plans like IEPs and 504s, the lengthiness of the process taken to get these plans in the first place is one that consists of many, many steps, and it takes time. Finally, as much as it hurts to admit, we live in a time of violence. It is painful to say that the chances of a school emergency or threat are not 0%. Scarborough has experienced some of these, and I personally have experienced some of these. On the second day of my 6th grade, I had to endure a non-drill bomb evacuation in the 6th grade. Further, in another experience, I had a close friend of mine send me frantic texts in the middle of a code red. These personal devices provide a feeling of comfort, and it is the duty of the school board to balance such comfort and education as we grow and enter the world in the digital era. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else wishing to make public comment either in person or online? Would you mind checking for me one more time? All right, seeing none, I will close public comment. I'm going to ask if we could take a 5-minute recess, just a stretch. With no objection, we will just take a 5-minute recess, come back at 9:06. Do you have an objection? Okay.
All right, welcome back. Thank you, everybody. Looking at the time, it is 9:10. I'm going to ask if there is a motion to go ahead and suspend our time rules. Generally speaking, we do not do business after 9:30. I'm going to assume we're going to do business tonight beyond 9:30. So before we get started into our part, I just want to see if there's a motion to suspend our time.
I'd like to make that motion.
Second.
Is there any discussion? All in favor? All opposed? Or was your hand raised? I'm sorry. Okay. So the motion is unanimous. Thank you. Okay, so we have had our update. We've heard our public comment. Is there a motion to approve the first reading of policy JFCK, student use of privately owned electronic devices at school?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, any discussion?
Yeah.
Go ahead, Alyssa, you first.
All right. So first, thank you for all the public engagement and the emails and staff response, student response, building leadership, providing information, district providing information. And thank you to the policy committee for kind of serving this up for our consideration. I do think the first thing that jumps out at me is the lack of student discretion. And I think I would be in support of putting it back in there. I think in general. Yeah, isn't that what I just said? Teacher. Oh, God. It's 9:15. I'm sorry. Sorry, teacher discretion. All right, I'm gonna get past that. So I think in general, the academic achievement data that we've seen coming out of Scarborough High School, the SEL data, everything coming kind of out of it has really been outstanding and remarkable. And that's while the teachers have been able to have a lot more flexibility with their own management of cell phones with the students. I think kind of on top of that, the teachers are asking to retain that responsibility. It would be one thing if the teachers were asking us, you know, this is unmanageable. I need your help. I need a policy and things like that. But I think between the data that we're seeing and them requesting to keep that responsibility, I think it's really important that we kind of respect that and allow them to have that discretion to allow use when they see fit. I'll just start there.
Thank you. Yeah, go ahead, John.
I'll go. I agree with those things. Also, I know we need to at least at some point address the different uses. We heard from the robotics club with, you know, the computers that they use. We've heard from, I mean, my daughter last year had, you know, or maybe she's doing it this year, movie class where she used her phone for projects that she was, the whole actually class was pretty much on her phone. This takes that away from them. I know would be costly to the school to provide for, you know, I'm sure we can for some, but not for all. You know, the different things we heard today about, you know, students with IEPs, you know, there's just so many different things. Is a calculator a personal electronic device? I don't know. I mean, I think it was one day, but I don't know if it is still today. There's so much to look at with this, and I'm sure I'll jump back in, but I wanted to at least bring that up so that we, you know, somebody hit on it.
Perfect. Thank you, John. I'm going to go to Grace first, and then Mitchell, I'll come to you.
Okay, kind of echoing what Alyssa and John have said, I think we need to revise the policy to include at the discretion of teachers, like teachers can allow phones to be used. I mean, as a current student, there are many situations where using cell phones in class has been beneficial to my education. For example, in the science class that I'm taking, we do a lot of labs and taking pictures of our labs and uploading them to Classroom
allows our teacher to grade them. In addition, I think the wording needs, even things that sound obvious, like calculators, for example, I think the policy needs to be very specific as to what is and what is not like banned. It's very ambiguous where it says including but not limited to. And I think if the policy is revised so that we say like a calculator would be considered an exception or a personal laptop would be considered an exception, I think that would be beneficial. I also am a little, I guess, concerned about students not being able to use their phones at lunch. As a couple teachers mentioned, it would lead to, it would be difficult for staff to police phone usage at lunch because there are so many students and there are only 2 or 3 staff that are like on lunch duty. And lastly, I think a clause needs to be added about medical exceptions and IEP exceptions. And although this may seem obvious, I think the wording of this policy really needs to be exact. Like, although I know it would seem obvious that students who have medical exceptions can use their devices, I think that needs to be added to the policy so that it's very clear for both students and teachers that students with like a medical or an IEP exception can use their personal device. That's all.
Thank you, Grace. Mitchell?
It sounds more like the issue that I keep hearing come up over and over again is separating social media from the devices, and certain devices are being used in a very educational manner. I know looking back at my recent experience in schools, I used my phone a lot to upload documents when I was remote or anything, like scan them and turn them into a PDF. So let's say we have one of those remote days instead of a snow day, could be useful for at-home work in those situations. So I think we really need to more focus on terminology like electronic devices and more focus, say, hey, smart devices versus social media and what may be an issue if there was an issue. But looking at our own town's issue, we don't seem to be having that issue with devices physically being like the main problem, if there was a problem that did arise.
Thank you, Mitchell. Are you ready, Jill? Oh. Jillian, go ahead. Okay, go ahead, Jenna.
I don't think it's a secret that I'm usually not for controlling things within our family choices. And that also carries to teacher choices. As a teacher myself, I would like to see teacher discretion be put back in. I can definitely see this becoming some sort of power struggle that our teachers were not meant to be in school, therefore. You know, that being said, I am all for all this data about social media and the effects that it has, but it is also that family's choice to allow their child to have a phone to begin with. So if there's a movement for younger kids to not have it, it might translate to the older kids. But as was pointed out, it's already kind of too late for our current high school students. So things like restricting it during lunch and stuff like that, I don't actually see it being a useful policy to be written in. I think that would do more harm than good. Not to mention, we do have students that are translating for their families. So they use their devices for translations, and I'm sure teachers use it to translate for their non-English speaking students. And we have working children, and if these kids are responsible for getting work permits and stuff like that, I feel like they should have access during these downtimes because they may actually need to check in with employers, families, and such. So yes, I would like to add teacher discretion and not limiting their use as strictly in the policy.
Can I ask a clarifying question? You mean in the high school, or do you mean the
In the high
whole
school,
thing?
in the high school.
Okay.
I think as it is now, I see that there aren't many complaints about the use of personal devices in the lower grades, but more so in the high school. So I think a tiered approach might be effective.
Can I, what is your idea of it? Can I also ask a clarifying question?
Yeah.
What's your idea of a tiered?
Well, so, I mean, if you look, someone had mentioned a distraction, they're gonna find another way to distract themselves. And if you're looking at kindergartners, it may not be a cell phone, it might not be a personal device, it could be Pokemon cards. You know, it could be the latest Taylor Swift cute t-shirt. I don't know what, you know, that age group might be into at that time. But they will find something. But I think when they're really little, they're probably still learning how to use these devices. They probably don't have access to these devices because they're expensive. Their parents aren't giving it to them, with the exception of some watches. I know a lot of families that have had watches for location, given that the world that we're living in right now, you see a lot of things in the media that we don't want to deal with, but unfortunately we do. But what I mean by tiered approach is, you know, let's clarify what these personal devices are, because it seems like in this policy, like many of the students have pointed out, this is controlling all personal electronic devices. It makes sense that now that we're including calculators, personal laptops, even though they're more effective than our Google Chromebooks. And I can attest because I use a school issued, it's not the most effective. So I think we need to really, really clarify what we mean, because a lot of the discussion is a cell phone ban versus what's actually written here, which is a personal device, personal electronic, privately owned electronic device. Yeah.
Okay, before I go to the three of you, let me, Freyla and Jillian first. No, Freyla? Anything? Just so everybody has a chance before I circle back.
Yeah, I'll just on what, the notes that I just kind of have jotted down. So I think the things that strike me about the current draft policy that we floated, that I think needs more, needs more, development in the policy itself. I don't like the fact that it seems to be setting up this conflict between students and staff in the schools. I think, we had a really great example of community building at Windward today, and sort of the benefits of creating really good relationships and how that helps the school environment thrive. And putting in creating a conflict where this is not a policy that emerged from the school as a problem that we're trying to address, but rather emerged as a concern from the community about our current culture. It looks to me like we're going to go in there and create conflict. I've heard we're gonna take away from relationships, we're gonna create distrust. I had somebody ask me, was I willing to have a student suspended for checking their phone at lunch? And I can unequivocally tell you, no. I will never support suspending a student for having them checking a phone at lunch. And so if we write a policy that we say is very important, and then we expect it to be upheld in schools, we have to be willing to suspend students for violating that policy. Not the first time, obviously. There's a long road and a lot of diversion and multi-tier levels of support to prevent said suspensions that are effective. But why are we going into an environment where the teachers are telling us that things are good and the students are performing well on objective measures, not their feelings, although their feelings are important, but objectively in statistically they are doing well, and generating a problem for teachers to police? I've heard police, search, anti-community. These are not words that I support in a school environment. I worry about the implementation of a policy and adding that to teachers, that adds to the policing. I don't want policing in our lunchrooms to go hand in hand. That is something that makes me very concerned. If that's the feelings it's going to create, we're going to change the environment that we've strived really hard to create in our schools, and that's not something that I support. I want to make sure we clarify, we need specification of the devices. It's very clear to me that nobody, that I certainly do not intend to prevent the robotics team that has won awards from performing their robotics feats on the, whatever computers are able to support that. Clearly not our Chromebooks. But also calculators. Like, I'm old. I had a graphing calculator at one point when I did math at some point in my life. It's painful. Let's not go back there. But I did math at one point. And obviously we're not trying to prevent students from learning calculus and upper levels of math. I mean, it's an educational environment. We're trying to support that. I think we need to look at, I think Mitchell, what you said is very apropos, which is that, are we trying to prevent students from accessing social media during the school day? Or are we trying to prevent students from accessing smartphones during the school day? Because they are not the same thing. They are different. And so if our policy is we don't want people on a social media site, we should look to that, although with the same eye as how are we going to implement that? And are we going to police if somebody is on, fill in your favorite or least favorite social media app at the moment, whatever people are on today, are we going to suspend a student if their phone is on Snapchat? Are we going to do that? Are we willing to do that as a school? Do we want to set that as a priority for the school district? And then the curriculum and educational piece. I heard student after student after student come up here and ask for education about how to appropriately manage their devices. I've heard teachers tell us that they know how to do that, that they're teaching that, and I had students ask for more education. That is a call I think we should heed. That's what struck me from today's conversation and all the other conversations that we've been having over the last several months. But that's kind of where I'm at the moment.
I would echo that. I was really interested to hear about the calls for education. I mean, we do know that the devices are addictive, and we know that they're in some cases dangerous. The platforms are designed to keep kids engaged. They collect personal data. They target us. They influence our behavior. Like, we're all addicts, I would say. Well, some of us, but anyway, but I really hear the teachers saying, like, we've been doing this, and more so over the past decade, we've been integrating this consistently into our day-to-day lives, and actually come to rely on them in some cases. The cameras are more powerful and so on. And I don't think anybody has any interest or intention in stripping those pieces away. And so I think it's really good feedback for us in regards to the language and the wording. And so I think that those that are concerned would hopefully support a well-balanced phone policy that, balances overuse and also promotes education, especially for the 9 to 12 grades. They are about to be adults and out into the real world. And hopefully we could really hunker down on some appropriate use. And not every kid has that problem. Some kids have significant problems with it. So anyway, I think that we got some really great feedback, and I think we have a lot to work with. But I understand that many members of this board went and observed lunch. I did not get that opportunity this week, and so I was hoping that people would share that experience.
I'll go ahead and speak, and then I'll go back to the three of you that raised your hands. I am really struck by something that also the kids saying they wanted education. I've been saying since June that to me, this is a very much a two-road problem. You have a distraction road, and then you have what I'm going to lump on one road, which is addiction, cyberbullying, social media, all the things that we worry about with our kids. And so what are we trying to solve with this policy? I am absolutely not interested in creating a policy. To your point, are we willing to suspend kids? If our answer is no, then we've done something wrong with this policy. So I'm not interested in creating a policy where I'm then going to ask our administrators to go back and figure out the carve outs and figure out how you are going to get around this and it's not going to work. And how are you going to keep an athlete on the field and how are you to keep the robotics kid going to the school? Because then we're not doing our job. So I'm interested in creating a policy that is going to work for everyone, just like we've done with all of our other processes. If we are trying to solve for the second road, which is where I'm lumping everything else, that I don't think the cell phone ban is getting us there. I think that's where the education comes in. I am really interested in hearing how we can potentially use our advisory time, our AE's time, and really ramping up education around cell phone addiction and social media presence, digital citizenship. What does it mean when you sign into social media platforms, and what information are you sharing? Right? That's what I'm interested in getting at. I'm interested in how we can create opportunities for parents to learn about tools and strategies available to them. And how do we bring our kids and our parents together, almost like what we did last week, where they talk to each other about what it looks like to be addicted, and why is it that we as parents are really concerned about what our children's digital footprint looks like. So I would love for it to see us take that educational road. For the distraction piece, it's really interesting to me because I mean, I guess I should only speak for myself sitting in the policy committee room. I looked at all of this from other districts. These are policies from other districts, and almost every single one of them says phones, cell phones and personal devices not limited to, and then it lists the same thing we did. So it didn't dawn on me that a computer would be considered. It didn't dawn on me that a calculator would be considered. But now when I'm hearing this feedback, I understand we need to be a little bit clearer. So even though districts 1 through 50 or whatever, it's sitting right here, we've all done the same thing. The feedback I've received means we need to be a little bit more clear. I did attend 3 lunch break, 3 A, B, and C lunch. So I attended all 3 at the high school. I guess if I'm really transparent and honest, I walked in, from what we've heard, I expected to see almost everyone on their phones. That was my full-on expectation walking into the high school. Lunch A was, I think it was around 360 kids. Is that right? Okay, so 360 kids. I did 3 laps around the cafeteria. I witnessed 3 kids on their phone. And I'm going to shamefully admit that I looked over their shoulders to see what they were doing. Sorry to the 3 of you. One was on PowerSchool checking their grades. One was on their cell phone at the table looking at just flipping through their texts. And I watched to see what they were doing, and what they were doing, they were sitting by themselves. And so they were on their phone flipping through their texts, but they were waiting for their friends to come out of the food line. And as soon as their friends came out of the food line, they put their phone away and were busy socializing just like regular. The 3rd kid was on his phone looking at a picture, but was like looking on his phone at his phone pictures and was showing the whole table his photo. And they were kind of talking about it together. So again, still social interactions. Everybody else was talking. I did observe one child who was doing pen and paper homework, and I observed a second child on his computer doing homework. But other than that, all 360 kids were talking, and it was loud and it was boisterous. And somehow, even though all that was going on, all of those kids stood up like 5 minutes before lunch ended, before any bell had even rung, and knew they needed to leave. So there was no distraction at all. It was shocking. The B lunch was smaller. That's the lunch that breaks up the study hall. So it's like they go to study hall a little bit, they go to lunch, they go to study hall. That one was smaller. That one had more kids sitting on their own by choice at their own table. There was, I would say, more cell phone use there, but I think it was a result of them wanting to sit by themselves. And so it was more watching movies, listening to music, that reading books, that kind of thing was happening during the B lunch. And then C lunch, just as big as A lunch. I saw a few kids on the phone, but again, same type of situation where they're on the phone looking at something with their friends.
And so while I can appreciate, and I do appreciate all of the data that has been sent to us, all of the data I've read about distractions and about social media use, I absolutely agree it is addictive. I absolutely agree there's a problem with cell phones. I think that we all know when we have our cell phones near us and we talk about, I don't know, purses, suddenly your Instagram feed is filled with purse links to buy things. There's a situation unfolding, right? I resonate personally very much with the book. My child was one that was raised through puberty with a cell phone, and I resonate very much with a lot of the things I read in there. But I also have to balance that with what's happening in Scarborough specifically. And I don't know, when I try to think, because I would like us to measure something, but when I think about what are we going to measure, we have a high school senior class that has a 93.4 grade point average. What are we expecting them to increase to? Yeah, I mean, where do you go from? Yeah, on a bell curve. Yes, on a bell curve. Yeah. Or, and this is in 2000, going back to 2021, their grade point average was a 92.3. That was during COVID. So I don't know if we can expect the grades to drastically improve. What I would hope we would see perhaps is if we implement something about academic time, what I hope we see is less distraction, more focus on class as it is. But I don't know, I want us to be reasonable in what our expectations are as well. So I think I'll leave it there for now. Yeah, go ahead, John.
I wanted to piggyback on the lunch thing. I was able to go to lunch a couple periods, and I think that my daughter told me Freyla was there. I said, "Which one is she?" She goes, "The one with the orange hair." I go, "Yeah, that's Freyla." So I found out then when I went to lunch that my kids don't like talking to me much because they're always on their phone when I'm around. But at school, at lunch, there was very much the same. And one thing I'm concerned about is tell kids they can't do something, then they're going to want to do it. And then lunch is going to be when they're going to do it. And I saw the skeleton crew that they had, who's going to do it? And then now how are you going to keep track of it? And okay, Timmy's 9th time and Johnny's 3rd time. And I mean, ugh, I don't want to think about that. And I'm sure you guys probably don't want to either. I was surprised, honestly, to see that. And when they did have the phone out, and I was actually happy to see it, that they were all engaged in, oh, look at this video or look at this picture. And I'm like, oh, kids do actually talk to each other. And it's not like it was when, that's all we had to do. I mean, I guess we didn't have cell phones. We passed notes and we could bring notes back, I guess. We could do that. That'd be fun. And maybe we get those fortune tellers, get those back again. I still know how to make them, so you see me if you need one. But I don't want to cause problems where I don't think there is one. And I think if we should at least consider it because I think that would put a problem where it wasn't before. I just want to share that.
Thanks, John. All right, Alyssa.
I had an opportunity to kind of view a lunch. I went to B and C. B was the smaller lunch that Shannon had kind of reviewed, and there were kids on their phone, but similar to what John kind of said, they were on it and then kind of had my eye on them and to see what would happen. Some friends came over and they just put it down and engaged right away with kind of what was going on in the table and similar kind of experience. They might pick it up and show a photo or all of this. I never saw anyone taking any photos. It was very much like sharing something that was already there. And then C lunch, similar, one of the more boisterous 360-ish student lunches. There were certainly phones present, but it was very social environment. I also kind of on this kind of narrative of like, okay, so what happens if we pull the phones? These kids are sitting alone. They could be engaging with other people. And this kind of the narrative that we keep, there'll be more of a social, but that child may just be introverted and may need time to recharge. And that's their way of kind of turning inwards and having a few minutes to themselves. You don't always necessarily know what's on the phone. They could be reading a book. Like I have my Kindle app right on my phone. I can be on it at any time. Just because they're necessarily on a phone, it doesn't necessarily mean they're on social media. And that's what I think has really fused this in this kind of debate that's gone forward, where we've gone from kind of talking about cell phones and social media synonymously, and they're not. If a student is looking at me and saying part of my academic success is paramount on being able to check Power School or do these types of things, when you have a level of academic success that Scarborough has been putting forward, I have a really hard time being okay with potentially disrupting that. And I feel like in a lot of ways, lunch can be kind of a free time the kids can turn off for a little while. It's only 25 minutes, 25 minutes long. It's really not, they put so much forward for so long that I feel like taking away the phones, it's, sure, they may carry a paperback book now, but it isn't necessarily going to translate to some of the narrative that we've heard where it's like, they're going to suddenly turn and befriend people they wouldn't have already. Like if they wanted to, they would be already. So it's, that was kind of my experience with lunch, and I wouldn't necessarily be opposed to seeing lunch being added into an area along with passing time where students are allowed to utilize it. Of course, still follow all the other rules within our handbook that, ban other inappropriate behaviors. But, I will put that openly forward for that. Echoing kind of on other topics, echoing kind of what other people have said, the idea of putting phone use curriculum forward, I think is so imperative. I would love to see that coming up for the curriculum committee. Sorry, guys, I'm not on it. Making work for other people. But I think it's huge because, as we've heard time and time again, these devices aren't going anywhere. This is lifelong. The things that you post at 14, can you truly delete anything off the internet? Can you truly take anything away? Are you truly able to? And, being able to help kids understand that, and kind of what they're putting forward, how they're presenting themselves and moving forward in that way, along with the ramifications of addiction to devices and all of those things. It's very real. I think is really important. Speaking specific, so health and medical things have a near and dear place to my heart as a nurse. So I don't know if it's necessarily language that needs to be changed within the device. I do appreciate that K-8 is a device ban, but any sort of IEP or health use, I think I don't know if that was just a clarification that's needed within the district versus change in policy wording. But if things are being used specifically for medical or health uses within the confines of an IEP, I do think it's important that we respect that. And then the other issue I was going to bring up that I'm worried about and would like to kind of discuss a little bit out is this idea of banning smart watches. Because technology develops so fast, that are we gonna expect our building administrators, and teachers to identify what's a smartwatch, what's not? Or Fitbit's allowed or our smart Apple Watch is allowed? Or, what happens when a new one comes out? How does that work? Does that one get text messages? That one gets calls? Is that one just counting your stat? And all of these things suddenly develop. And we put it forward. We said no smartwatches, but what are we trying to ban? Are we trying to ban the text message being received? Or are we trying to, ban the pedometer, ban it, checking how many steps someone's taking throughout a day? Or, so I think we have to consider that before and, I don't know the answer to that as a board, what our feelings are on that, but I think that is something that our building teams will come up against if we put forth a blanket smartwatches. So even to define within that a little bit more clearly what our goal is in that. I think that's it.
Let me go to Mitchell first, then I'll come to you, Jillian.
Would we think about using language like disruptive devices, like adding on to that point of smart watches? You can ban smartwatches, but what is it? Are you trying to ban? Are you trying to disrupt the fact that it has a pedometer or just tells you the time with a bunch of other things? Or are you trying to ban the fact that someone could play music off their smartwatch and be annoying or not disturbing a whole class and learning time? So maybe trying to find language that way. And then another thing, this is really running backwards in the conversation, but we were talking about like calculators and everything. Calculators are a lot more powerful than they used to be. Like you can upload and play a game in a 3D space on a modern graphing calculator. So it still should probably be considered a personal electronic device, but that's where verbiage like a disruptive device could come into play.
Jillian.
I just had a question, just on the same vein, a question that I've had is, I mean, one of the things that has come up is that this policy was last reviewed, what, 7 years ago?
2017.
8 years ago now.
Mhm.
The technology does change so rapidly. I think it would, I don't know if you can have a policy that has a required review point. I don't know. I would advocate for that because I mean, like you just said, like asking people to catch every little thing. I mean, I don't even think smartwatches were a thing for school-aged kids up until recently. So, it might be something worth really promoting for future boards to look at this more frequently.
Yeah, and as a point of information, we have other policies that have specific timelines in there where they have to be reviewed. So that's as simple as adding a sentence here at the end that says this policy will be reviewed annually by the board. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it might take 8 months or a year to look through it, but yeah, or whatever we're gonna put in, right? Whatever time frame we're gonna put in. Yeah. All right. Where are we? You.
I just wanted to add, I would support language to review this, not every year, because I think that would be too soon, once it's implemented, and then, but, more frequently than it would have, like you said, this was last looked at in 2017. So, I agree. I think technology is ever changing. Devices, whatever these kids get access to, it's ever changing. We move that fast. So yeah, I would support adding that language in there.
Did you want? Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, just two more points. One of which is, I think another conversation I had that really sort of impacted me in this thought process was that someone said to me, parents sent smartphones into schools 15 years ago, and teachers have adapted to them being in their environment. And so they've come to a place where they've learned to manage the situation. And I think, I think someone else asked me like, would you give your kid a smartphone in high school? And I don't think I'm gonna answer that today because my kids are not at the age where we have to have that conversation yet. I'm sure there's gonna be lots of big feelings about that on all sides, but I want my kids to adapt to the environment they find themselves in today, not the environment that I was raised in, not the environment that came 10 years ago, but I want to prepare them for the world they're entering now and that they will enter, which will look different when my kids enter it in 10 years. And so I want my kids to adapt to the environment as well, which I'm concerned that trying to, again, I've heard like, I think one student said it was like this nostalgia of going back to a simpler time or to a different time is really, it's like attractive. I mean, like it's like you kind of keen for that nostalgia. But I remember back to and I'm looking back nostalgic, and at my age, in my mid-40s, it was video games were the end all, and it was going to we're going to end the world, and people were like, torching Nintendos, the old ones, the gray ones that don't work that well, because those were going to be the end of the world. And I don't think that smartphones and Nintendos are the same. But I think the impetus for parents to worry about if they're raising their children well is the same. I think technology causes anxiety, and that hasn't changed. And I think this is what our generation of parents and our students are facing. And so I do think that we need to prepare them to adapt to this world. And cell phones are, you know, until they can be implanted directly in your brain, inextricably linked to how we function. So I think I want to protect children from the harms of the things that smartphones are capable of, and I'm very concerned about a number of those things. But I don't necessarily think that pretending like they don't exist and not preparing children as they become adults about how to handle them is the wisest way to manage that risk. So that's my one thing. The other thing is I'd like to see, I know there's periodic surveys of teachers. I don't want to survey teachers on cell phones every single year, but I think we should regularly gather data about is this an issue in classrooms? Like, are teachers, you know, fighting with technology? Are we creating problems via this policy, but also on the ground? I know that, you know, I have a lot of trust in our administration, and they're very hooked into the way they've designed the administration. There's a lot of good communication throughout, but just sort of urging them to be thoughtful about making sure we're asking teachers if there's a problem, so that if there is one, we're identifying it. When there are problems, we want to identify them. But if parents are concerned that technology is a problem, distracting their children, interfering with education, we should be asking our teachers, because they are the experts at what is happening in their classrooms.
Okay, so, oh, I'm sorry, Grace, pardon me. Of course.
So I know cell phones at lunch was previously discussed, and honestly, a lot of students, the only time where they can socialize with their friends is at lunch. So if they have the option between choosing to sit silently on their phone and talking with their friends, like, I'd say a vast majority of students are going to choose to socialize with their friends. There's a psychological theory, reactance theory, that basically states if someone is told not to do something, they're going to want to do it more because they believe that their freedom is being threatened. So if students are told not to use their phones at lunch, they're going to want to use them more. And I don't believe that there currently is a problem with lunch. I mean, students, I think, really would rather socialize with their friends rather than be on their phone. So I don't think it's necessary to restrict cell phones at lunch when they're really not a problem.
Thank you, Grace. Okay, so I think I'm hearing, I think I have a lot of thoughts. I think I want to maybe take it in groups, but I do want to ask really quick, just so I don't forget, because I've already forgotten once. Can we please post the information that came from the high school? It was the 10-page report with our specific Scarborough data, because I do think that this is pretty insightful information for the public to be able to see. It does include information about our graduation rates, the GPA that I mentioned to you for the last 4 years is in there. Advanced placement courses, SAT means. It also includes incidences of cyberbullying. And I think it's interesting to note that in 2021, 2022, which would have been during COVID, there was 6 incidents. Last year, there was 1. So it's gone from 0 to 6 to 3 to 1. These are all numbers. This report is something I would be interested in us continuing to receive every year, or every whatever we decide on for the time for in between, because I think this is valuable information. For us this is data that we can ground ourselves in that's specific for Scarborough, and I would like the community to be able to see that as well. The rest of the report is the educational impacts to this draft policy, what it would mean to the school. So if we could post that, I would really appreciate that. So if we go to the policy, if I'm hearing, I think maybe I'm just trying to think through the best way to go about this. Maybe we just look at 1 through 5 individually and see where we're at, what feedback we have, just so we know what to talk about in our policy committee meeting.
I have really detailed notes of what every single board member said.
Okay, so you feel like you could,
Like, I'm pretty comfortable, but I have like 10 pages of notes from today.
okay, so but you feel like you could rewrite something based on what you've heard today? Yeah. Okay, John, yeah, go ahead.
And I know people brought up studies, talking about what they've said, you know, talk about excessive screen time and, the impact. Do people think that kids are getting their excessive screen time at school? Is this something that's happening? I don't think excessive screen time gives you a 93 point whatever GPA if every kid is just on their phone all the time. I know my daughter wouldn't be doing as well as she is in her classes. I think that I've heard that the teachers address it if it becomes an issue. I'm wondering, you do these studies even, and I'm sure people are going to come back and have more information because we're going to do this again. So I would be interested if somebody came back with telling us that, okay, yes, it is happening at school because, and where they're getting that information. I just don't believe that we're allowing that to happen as a community, as a district, that it's happening anywhere. And I don't want people to think that I'm here saying, yes, every kid should have a phone and they should have, and I'll buy them for myself. No, I don't want, I don't want them to be disruptive, and I don't think that they are. And I just want people to understand that what we're doing here, or at least what I'm doing is yes, I'm taking into consideration families, but I'm also taking into consideration the students, but also the staff and the administrators and what they all have to do. And I've talked to different people and they've told me what common sense will tell you could happen. And I know, Bath is an outlier, but also Bath is nowhere near the size of Scarborough. And I don't think they have to deal with what we would have to deal with. And I just wanted to throw that out there because I don't know if anybody's ever brought it up, but I just don't think that kids are on their phones all day at school. I think that happens pretty much. I've seen my kids. I'm pretty sure it happens when they get home. And I think we're all guilty of not stepping in and saying, hey, put it away. But that's just my thought.
I don't know, to answer your question, I don't know of research that talks about, or data that talks about, school use. I did hear our kids at the last week, indicate that they use their phones to check Power School. I think Grace has told us she uses her phone to check Power School. I don't know that I can make the correlation that that's indicative of, overuse at school. I think it's more indicative of the high performers we have at our school.
That seems like the proper use of a device at school.
Yeah.
To me.
Go ahead.
Well, that, and I think that's where some of like the nuance of cell phones comes in because a cell phone can be used for so many things. Sure, if you're sitting on social media during English class, like please put it away. But if you're tracking your homework assignments, checking Power School, kind of doing, being on your phone at school isn't necessarily inherently a problem in and of itself. It's what you're doing on the cell phone. Are you filling out college apps and you have to log in through, I don't fully understand. It's been a while since I've applied to college. Are you utilizing your phone to get into a college app so that you can, further your education? It's not just the inherent presence of a cell phone. So that I feel like that data would be really hard to obtain because you'd have to really look at not just how often are you on the phone, but how often are you on the phone doing something unproductive? I think, a data point that like kind of came to mind as you were saying that would be like how often were our students disciplined for phones? And I can't remember the exact number, but I remember it was very low. And again, it sounds like from teacher reports, it was, put it away and they did. And, the number of cases that made its way to the assistant principals or principals was the very low number that I had kind of mentioned. So, just a data point that popped in my head.
I do think that would be a good data point to add to this report going forward. Is how many phone instances are there? It would be
Too much.
And Renee's like, no. No, I think it would be, I think it would be interesting. I do think for me, I don't know that I said what I would support, and so I just want to make sure you have some notes on what I would want. I am interested in a few things. I am interested in limiting the phone use during academic time. I think that, to me, study hall is an academic time, and I know that's an unpopular opinion, and I own that. I do think providing the teacher, I'm interested in putting back the teacher language, giving them back their discretion. But I want to be clear on what I'm trying to accomplish. I'm trying to stick on this distraction road. So, while I want to give teachers the discretion back, and I hear their feedback and I agree with their feedback. I'm really was moved by the very specific examples we had, like the science lab, where you can take a slow motion video of a reaction. That to me is a very valuable use of a cell phone. So I do want to include that back. What I'm not interested in, and this is going to be really nuanced, and I don't think we can get to this, but I'm not interested in, okay, there's 5 minutes left at the end of class. Why don't you go ahead and get on your cell phones because you've got 5 extra minutes? I'm not interested in that piece. I'm interested in the academic piece. I would be good with putting lunch back on, allowing them use lunch. I think we have to clarify passing time. Although I want to go on record telling the two of you, I told you so, and you, I told you so on the passing time. That it was not clear that means between hallways, between classes. So yes, can put that one back. And then I'm also interested in 2 more things. I'm interested in trying to figure out the athletics piece. I know we've heard, there is concern around using, texting and using apps for athletic teams to correspond. And so I'm interested in kind of figuring that piece out a little bit more. And then the last one is, and this is more a budgetary piece. We heard from the art department that I think for their classes alone, the equipment that they would need would be roughly a $50,000 investment for the equipment that they would need, that right now cell phones fill that gap for us. So I am interested in kind of understanding, how do we start providing some of these, and is it a good idea to provide these things for our students a little bit more than we do, and start budgeting for them?
Off of that, the communication from school clubs and sports, I don't think anyone's spoken at length on it. But we have heard that, like, practice schedules were changed on social media. You have to have social media to hear about these changes. I also now have a daughter in sports, so I know there's like specific apps that are used. So I don't know if some of that got lost in communication with us, but I would say that I can respect a family's desire to not have their child on social media. So I think I would not want that family's choice to hinder their child's ability to show up to practice on time or at the right place and things like that. So again, we haven't really heard from the athletic department or anything like that to truly hear that out. But if sports and clubs and things are communicating on social media, I would be interested in not having that be an opportunity. I would look for other opportunities.
Yeah, and I think there is a difference. I mean, I can, from personal experience last year, I think there's a difference between athletic clubs, coaches and instructors communicating with their kids, and kid groups that are friends making social media groups on social media, right? And so what I don't think we can do is, we can't regulate that kids go out and create a social media group. And in that sense, if a group of kids is talking with each other and they're like, hey, practice was canceled today, or practice was moved, that's not the same as official communication. And so it's like an interesting dynamic there to try to work through. But as long as like official communication is coming through the school email, that would suffice.
All we can regulate is official.
that,
I can't expect the
Yeah.
school board to regulate
Right.
children discussing things. But if official communication, I mean, all practice canceling should come out in an official manner.
Yeah.
I assume.
Yeah.
So I would say any official announcements like these things would hopefully come not on a social media platform.
Would that be part of,
What? Oh, hold on one second, Abby.
Alright.
Let me get to Jillian. Go ahead, Jillian.
Would that be part, I mean, that may be like a nuanced thing that would be part of the athletic department's stuff. Maybe Nate can add it to his report. I don't know.
We really have enjoyed your report, Nate. That's the lesson.
I'm just, but I almost feel like I think it's important. Like, but I also think like kind of getting into the weeds in
Yep.
terms of like all these little nuanced things, like
Yeah.
like official, yeah, thank you. Those were the words I was looking.
Go ahead, Abby.
So regarding like athletics and social media, if I'm being honest, the reason I got like Snapchat and Instagram was because like I got it freshman year, like at the start of soccer season. And it's not because like to find out like practice schedules, but more so to like about like team dinners or like team like outside of practice team
Like
bond.
your social events.
Yeah, so it wasn't as much of like practice schedules, but one thing I would say like I use my phone for is during soccer, our coach would email us by like our personal emails, not school emails. So like we would be able to check our personal emails to see if practice got moved later or earlier, like ending earlier. I'd say that's like the use of social media, like emails, like on the phone. And then also with like clubs, like I also do robotics and like other clubs. So sometimes robotics like will end early and I have to like text my parents like, hey, can you pick me up a little earlier today? Because robotics will end earlier, something like that.
Yeah.
But regarding like social media, it's not like team communication like as off practices. Like
And to be clear, you're talking about social events that the team players are organizing.
yeah.
Not the coach and or boosters or school or anything of that nature. You're talking about the kids organizing amongst themselves.
Like as of now, like all of like the coach scheduled things aren't on social media. Like they reach out via like email or Google Classroom.
Thank you for that. Yeah.
And you said your personal email. Are you saying like your personal school
Like
email?
my
Or
So for soccer, it was my like home email, like my personal email, not school.
and that was from the coach?
Yeah.
All right.
And they like I suppose you could have the option of putting your school email as well, but most would put their personal email and like their parents' email.
Yeah, I might have to think through that one a little bit. All right. All right. Is there any other discussion? All right. Oh, yeah.
So if we're voting, can you explain what a yes vote versus a no vote is? It referring to the language of the policy?
Yeah, and I meant to, Jenna had asked me to do this before we got started and I failed to do so. So thank you for reminding me. A yes vote for this is not a vote on the language. It's a vote to move this policy to second reading. So as a reminder, after this meeting, should this pass first reading and we vote yes to move it to second reading, the policy committee is meeting to discuss the changes we've talked about tonight and to adapt the draft policy accordingly, and then we will bring it back to the full board for a second reading. Yes. Yes. All right. All right, so we have a first and a second. All in favor of approving the first reading of policy JFCK, student use of privately owned electronic devices at school? All right, that is unanimous. Thank you. So policy committee, just for those that are watching are still here. Oh, I put my schedule down. When is our meet? February 4th? February 4th. All right, thank you. Agenda item 13.3 is the Student Spotlight Award presentation. So I'm going to turn this over to Grace and Abby.
All right. So Abby and I have been working on creating a student spotlight award, which is going to run like in sync with the teacher spotlight award. And the student spotlight award is designed to recognize students grades 3 through 12 for their exemplary performance in school. Submissions will be collected via a Google form that will be sent to all faculty. Once Abby and I have like solidified all the details about the Student Spotlight Award, we're going to send out the Google form to the principals at each school, and then the principals are going to send the Google form to the teachers just so it gets like more attention, I guess, and it's not like discarded. And Abby and I are going to review responses from teachers along with Ms. Zavaznik, who is Abby's ELO coordinator, and then any communications committee member that's interested in also reviewing those responses. And that's just so it's more of like a holistic approach and there isn't any bias coming from Abby and I as students. And depending how many responses we receive, it will either be a monthly, quarterly, or semesterly nomination. We're hoping that it will be monthly and we receive a high volume of responses. And any faculty in grades 3 through 12 can nominate a student for this award.
So we created a Google form. It's basically the same like questions as like the teacher Google form to nominate students. It's just asking like, what's your name? Who would you like to nominate? And like provide like reasons why. And then after like choosing a student, we would reach out to them saying, can you like provide us with any material that we could use to present at like the board meeting when recognizing the student. And we hope to start this like as soon as possible. We've met with like the high school and principal middle schools, teacher principals. And so we're hoping to start maybe like February. So like, yeah.
And we're meeting with Miss Crosby, the Wentworth principal, tomorrow.
I'm sorry, can you repeat what you said about the committee that's going to select? I think I missed part of what you said.
Oh yeah, so Abby and I, like as part of the people that review the responses and select the winner, Abby and I, Miss Zavaznik, who's Abby's ELO coordinator, and then any members of the communication committee that are interested in reviewing those responses also can. And then like as a group, we'll come to a decision about who should receive that month's award.
Oh, very good. Yeah. All right. Are there any questions for Grace and Abby on this? Okay, do I have a motion to approve the Student Spotlight Award as presented?
So moved.
Second.
Is there any discussion?
I just want to say that this is great work and I'm really proud of you guys and I'm super excited to see how this rolls out and I just am so impressed. So thank you so much.
Yeah, this has been, I think everybody here, well, I know everybody here knows, but for those that don't know it, but I mentor Abby as part of her ELO program. And I know that the two of you have put a ton of work into this, a ton of work. And it seems like an easy thing on the surface, but it ends up when you actually get into it, it's a lot. And you have met with principals, so you've met with your leaders in your school and at the middle school, and you're meeting with a leader at Wentworth School. And those are big time meetings, right? And some adults have struggled to do that. And so the fact that you're doing it and you're thinking ahead and you're thinking about potential conflicts of interest and you're thinking about how do we make this work is really, really impressive. And you should both be so proud of yourselves. This is an awesome program. I sincerely hope you get a ton of applications. I appreciate that you're thinking through how to make this fair and how to make this equitable for everyone. So thank you. Thank you for all of your hard work, both of you. Very, very much. Thank you. All right. All right. All those in favor of approving the Student Spotlight Award as presented? And that is unanimous. Thank you so much, you two. I'm going to go ahead and release the two of them because I know they have homework assignments. So if you two go ahead. Go on. Yes. Thank you. All right, agenda item 13.4 is the high school and middle school unified sports club donation acceptance. Now, Diane?
Sure. So in your packet, you'll see a letter from Kate Bolton with the donation approval requested. Here's the letter. On December 20th, 2024, the high school and middle school each received a donation check in the amount of $1,125 from a neighborhood event in the Windward Heights neighborhood. Stacy Voigt, the high school STEM engineering teacher, organized a neighborhood event in Windward Heights neighborhood. They donated a total of $2,250 to Unified Sports. Each December, these neighbors illuminate the streets around their neighborhood and they host a nighttime walk. They collect donations for different charities, and this year they chose Scarborough Unified Sports. The money will be split between the high school unified basketball program and the middle school unified club. We respectfully request that the school board approve acceptance of this donation on behalf of the Scarborough High School's unified basketball program and the middle school's unified club, with many thanks.
Perfect, thank you. Do I have a motion to approve the high school and middle school unified sport club donation acceptance as presented?
So moved.
Second.
Is there any discussion?
I live in this neighborhood and it's
Oh.
a beautiful event. It's Luminary Night and the neighborhood looks forward to it every year. Everyone orders candles and bags and sand and lights them up, and then everyone just goes for a walk at night. And it's a beautiful family event. So thank you, Stacy, for organizing it every year. And I'm so happy that it's coming to the school this time.
Oh, that's really very cool. I forgot to ask if there is any public comment. Is there anybody wishing to make public comment? Seeing none, all right. And my conversation will be, my discussion will be, thank you very much. This is very generous. All right, all in favor of approving the high school and middle school unified sport club donation acceptance? And we show that as unanimous. Thank you so much. Agenda item 13.5 is the ESOL Newcomers Grant Donation Acceptance.
Yes, so in December, Jane Kennery, who is a high school and middle school ESOL teacher, applied for a grant through the Maine Alpha Delta Kappa organization for women educators. The grant is for $500 and will be used to purchase a newcomer's kit. This newcomer's kit features a workbook series to help students newly arrived to the United States build essential language skills, giving them confidence as communicators and readers. So we respectfully request that the school board approve acceptance of this donation on behalf of our grade 6 through 12 ESOL students, with many thanks.
All right. Is there any questions? Any public comment? Do I have a motion to approve the ESOL Newcomers Grant Donation Acceptance?
So moved.
Second.
Is there any discussion? Many thanks again. All right, all in favor? It shows unanimous. Thank you so much. Agenda item 13.6 are appointments. 13.6.1 is the middle school winter 2 coaches.
As presented in your packet.
As presented in our packet. All right, do I, any questions for Diane? Anybody wishing to make public comment? All right, do I have a motion to approve the middle school winter 2 coaches?
So moved.
Second.
Is there any discussion? All in favor? And that shows as unanimous. Thank you. Agenda item 13.6.2 is the high school strength and conditioning coach. As presented.
Again, and yes, presented in packet.
Thank you. Any questions? Any public comment? Do I have a motion to approve the high school strength and conditioning coach?
So moved.
Second.
Is there any discussion? All in favor? That shows as unanimous. And without any objection, we will adjourn at 10:18 p.m. Thank you so much.